Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Sheila, how are you? Scott, how are you tonight? Hey Leslie, how are you? Cherokee, how are you tonight? Hey Cool Gamer. Sandra, how are you? Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Hey Jay Clark. White Widow Baby, how are you? Sandra, I'm doing okay. Julie, how are you? Hey, Princess Megan, they're so bad here too. No, White Widow Baby, I'm still. We're going through, looking at different computers and all that. Hey Tonka, how are you? So I'm still on the old one. I'm just going to have to deal with the issues until I get a new one. Hey Renee, how are you? Hey Cammy. Hey Marissa. Courtney, how are you? Now Millimeter says go with Adele. I'm looking at a couple of different ones. I haven't made up my mind yet. Renee, I'm doing good, thank you. Midwest girl, how are you? Just going over to this other website real quick because there was three different, two different court docs that were released Thursday, and then one that was released Friday. Midwest girl, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Truth Finder, how are you? Marissa, happy birthday. Did you? Yeah, White Widow baby, I got it. Thank you. Sandra, we have actually got 48 more days. Have you heard the updates in our Oklahoma unalivings? Truth Finder, I've heard a little bit here and there. I did see a video where I believe it was Ivy's dad they ended up having to call law enforcement back out there, and her dad had went in with one of the investigators when he was taking pictures, and the investigator was like, well, we really don't know what to do, we'll take any suggestions. And um, I heard what the dad said happened to his daughter, and there was a video that showed what was in that room. I could only make out like one or two things on the video because I was watching it on my phone, but they said that the house was horrible. Mountain Mama, how are you? See, they were saying body found. Now, I did see that too, Truth Finder. Something about they told the families that they were going to drain the ponds on the property, looking for more evidence. They had boats with sonar out in one of the ponds today, and they were or over the weekend, whenever it was. But I'd seen it today where they said that they found a disturbance in the pond, and that later on, I seen where somebody had posted on Twitter that they had medical examiner out there. White Widow Baby, the one out in Oklahoma, the Jesse McFadden killed his wife, her three kids, and then their two friends. He also left a lot of evidence behind names. Yes, in a ledger. There was I seen that too. That they found a ledger with a bunch of names in it, but they didn't know who these names belonged to. And then there was something that came out about Jesse's brother, where he was charged within like the last year, where he put this lady in a cage and was electrocuting her with wires and stuff like that. So I did see that as well. Hey Riddler, how are you? Yep, and I seen a picture with five cell phones, but I don't know who the five cell phones belong to. Somebody had just taken a picture of it and posted it on social media. Hey Kim, how are you? Truth Hunter, I don't know. I mean, he obviously knew what he was going to do to them and to himself, and he probably didn't care what they found. He wasn't going to be there to deal with the consequences. I just can't believe that law enforcement didn't go through that house when this first happened. Let's see, inherently. Yes, I've got to do that. Matter of fact, can you email her link to me, White Widow Baby, and I can do it before I end the live tonight. Now I am gonna do Lori's live for the audio for today. After this live, I need to make a note about Mar, about her channel. Or wait, did I add Mar? Hold on. I can't remember if I did or not. Yeah, I did. I need to go back and fix it though, and add to it. Let's see. There's a young woman missing from Florida, 19, pregnant. Her mom is a YouTuber. Truth Finder, can you email me some information about that? Marissa, I heard about that too. About Letitia was found guilty on all charges, sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, among other sentences that she got. Let me do that real quick. If not, I'll be done forgot. And I want to do that before I pull all this other stuff up. Now, I do have 3 different documents that I'm going to go through tonight that was released Thursday and Friday. And since I didn't go live Saturday or Sunday, I didn't get to go over them. And then I do have, has everybody seen the 166 page document? Have y'all seen it yet? It's 166 pages total, but several of them are redacted. So I think I can get through it pretty quickly. Okay. All right. And then White Widow Baby, yours is on there also. You didn't know that I did that the other night. So you know it was waiting. Oh, thank you, 9mm. Okay, I got uh Mars on there also. Kim, yeah, it's 166 pages, but a lot of them are redacted. Like the whole entire page. I think there's several pages on there that's just like all black. And each page doesn't have a whole lot of stuff on each one. Some of them I probably won't even have to go over. I think the amended non-dissemination order is on there, which we have already went over. Wait, little baby, I love you too. So I won't have to go over that. I mean, there's no sense in going over something that we've been over several times. So that one I can skip over and just go to the next because there's several documents within the documents. Let's see. I put the name of the channel in the chat. Okay, let me find your thing, Truth Finder. Devoted Survivor Warrior Strong is a channel. Okay, let me write that down real quick. How long has her daughter been missing? Okay, give me. Warrior. Okay, I got the YouTube channel. Wrote down. Okay, and she's missing from Florida. Okay. Let's see. I think it's actually only like 11. Yeah, it's not very many new pages. Wait, what, baby? I didn't know about the one that Truth Finder was talking about. She's saying that it's a YouTuber whose daughter is pregnant and missing from Florida. Let's see, it doesn't look good. Phone and purse found on the floor of the house. Oh, wow. Okay, so let me pull up this first document because for some reason the prosecution has not turned over everything that they have asked for in the discovery. All right. She had an argument with a coworker a week before he threatened to. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to check into her mom's YouTube channel and all that as well. I've never heard of that channel, but it would still be worth looking into, putting the word out for her. Okay, so let me get this first document up. I'm gonna go over these. This one here is like 3 pages long, but like I said, for whatever reason, the state is not wanting. I don't know if they're not wanting to, but they have not turned over the documents. Okay, let me make this bigger for y'all. Can y'all see that okay on your end? I'm trying to work with 2 different screens, and one of them, the screen on my computer, I can't see nothing on. But I have to have my StreamYard on that one, so hopefully y'all can see it okay. Let's zoom it in a little bit. Okay. So this is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger. It's a motion to compel discovery. And this one actually goes over everything that they have not turned over yet. And several of them are from the first uh, request for discovery. All right, so it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 16F, hereby moves the court to order the state to comply with defendant's first supplemental request for discovery, filed herein on or about February the 3rd of 2023, and the defendant's second supplemental request for discovery, filed herein on or about March the 24th. Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? So number 1 says, Mr. Kohberger's request in order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. So this is dating all the way back to February the 3rd. And it is request number 43, all body cam and dash cam footages from the officers involved in the search and the arrest of Bryan Kohberger in Pennsylvania. Hey, Daylight, how are you? See him later. No, you're Daylight. I'm literally just getting started on the documents. I was still saying hi to everybody, so you're not late. Okay. Wait, what is? Okay. So it says, as of May the 4th, the counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested material. Number 2 says, Mr. Kohberger requests in order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. This was request number 49. All the lab testing, including the photographs and color diagrams and the bench notes, including but not limited to copies of the lab reports detailing the forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered at Bryan Kohberger's parents' home, trash cans and other receptacles, and Bryan Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra. Lori and CJ, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. So they haven't even gotten that back yet. Like that they did right after he was arrested. So as of May the 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested materials, and based upon the information and belief, these reports contain exculpatory information. See, it's strange that the defense... Cammy, that's what I was thinking. I mean, he got arrested December the 30th of 2022. This was done, what day did it say? February the 3rd. Let me write those dates down so I don't have to keep going back and looking up. And then the second one was March the 24th. But they're claiming, and the second one, all the lab reports that they got the DNA out of the trash can, his parents' home and out of his car, they're saying that that has exculpatory information in it, which is what they also said that Bethany had too. So let's see. Either they have something so big that they want to hide it from the defense, or they have nothing. And see, Cammy, the thing about if they have something, they have to turn it over if it's in a request. And I'm worried that it's going to turn out to be something like the Lori Vallow case did, where the state ends up turning something over late, and his attorney comes in and says, "Well, this is a death penalty case, but I don't have time to prepare for a death penalty case because y'all are turning stuff over to me late." And then they end up taking the death penalty off the table for him as well. So, does anyone think the hearing in June will get pushed back? Jay Clark, I hope not. And I don't think it will, because whenever they had sent the subpoena to Bethany, they were wanting her there on June the 28th. And it seems like if there was any plans to ask for more time or to have it pushed back or whatever, that they wouldn't have wanted her there at a certain date. Let's see. I feel like the defense, well, I mean, now that Bethany is not going to testify and they're doing the whole interview down in Reno, it could be a possibility. As of right now, we have uh, 48 days until the prelim. Let's see, I hate to say it, but he may not have done it. Perhaps he had an accomplice. They definitely are giving me doubts. Daylight, I honestly think that there was somebody helping him. I really do. And like White Widow Baby said, there's going to be, once it starts going into the whole court process, there's no telling what we're going to hear. Because we only have, I'm saying 5%. Maybe not even that much of what they have. But it's going to, it's going to be shocking, I think. Oh, see, I mean this in the most respectful way, but I'm excited for the prelim. I am too. And I was thinking that too. Like, she keeps throwing out this word, Ann Taylor does, this exculpatory evidence or exculpatory information. She keeps throwing out that word. I don't know if she's playing the system and just trying to make people think that, like, she's trying to put that doubt in people's head and make people think that possibly he's innocent, or if there really is something that she could prove that he is innocent. I don't know. She threw it out with Bethany. Well, her investigator threw it out with Bethany. Now she's throwing it out on this. And she's wanting that information from that first supplemental request for discovery, dealing with the stuff that happened that they took from his parents' home and his car. Let's see. I'm glad that, yeah, they took it from May the 25th and they rescheduled it for May the 22nd. I also have the court documents for that too. Okay. So the next one says, see, 2A, Mr. Kohberger requests in order for the state to disclose the following items included in the first supplemental request for discovery. It's number 49, all the lab testing, including photographs and color diagrams, bench notes, including but not limited to the Idaho State Police and the FBI forensic lab reports, including but not limited to lab reports 11 and 25. Anthony, how are you? Okay. And thank you, Daylight. So if y'all haven't done so, if y'all could please hit the thumbs up. All right. So Mr. Kohberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request, and this is number 3. If y'all can see it. So this is also from the first supplemental request for discovery. It's request number 119. All notes, recordings from all officers from Moscow Police Department. And as of May the 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received any recordings and notes from the interrogation of Mr. Kohberger by the Moscow Police Department Detective Payne. So, like, why would the interrogation, why would that be such a huge deal and take so long to send to them? Thank you, Riddler. Okay, so I heard today on News Nation that the defense is typically not notified whether or not a grand jury was seated and subsequent indictment is being handed down until they literally the 11th hour. Yeah, obsessed. I've heard that too, that it's a secret thing and nobody knows about it until, well, like the public won't even know about it until it's already happened. I don't know why they haven't sent all this stuff. Okay. All right. So number 4. All right. So number 3, they were wanting the interrogation reports, notes, everything uh, from Detective Payne, which should have been sent back in February, whenever, or a few days after they requested it. All right, so number 4 says Mr. Kohberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. Request number 115, all police reports, audio, video evidence, and any recorded statements related to Bryan Kohberger's arrest and incarceration in Pennsylvania. As of May the 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested material. I get where that one, because it's coming from Pennsylvania. It could take a while, but it was requested in February, and here it is May. Like literally 3 months later, and he was arrested in December. It's just, I don't get what is up with them taking so long to send all this. Okay, so Midwest Girl says that the prosecution takes it to a grand jury, they don't have to turn over all discovery evidence. If that is not what is going on, the magistrate judge will have the state turn it over. Well, if that's not what they're going to do, hopefully this is turned over in a timely manner, and it's, like I was saying earlier, it's not another Lori Vallow type deal. Because if he's the person who did this and the prosecution is going for the death penalty, they need to make sure that they're getting everything done the correct way and in a timely manner, where his defense can't come back and say, well, we didn't get this in time and we didn't get that in time, and we're pushing to have the death penalty taken off the table because the state didn't do what they should have done. All right. So number 5 says Mr. Kohberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's second supplemental request for discovery. Now, the second one was done March the 24th. This is request number 161. And it's all reports, notes, recordings, and photos. And as of May the 4th of 2023, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested materials. On information and belief, counsel believes that these materials contain exculpatory evidence. Number 6 says Mr. Kohberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's second supplemental request for discovery, which is request number 160. And they're wanting the training records of, and they put in specific officers in that request, which they did not put the officers' names in this. And as of May the 4th of 2023, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested material. See, I saw where the prosecution issued a search warrant on their own lab. Wow. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? I wonder why they, if that is true, P-Fox, why would they issue a search warrant on their own lab? What would be the purpose of doing that? I mean, do they think that the people working in the lab are not doing what they're supposed to do as far as evidence and stuff like that? And Cricket Moon, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, so it says the counsel requests that this motion be set for a hearing in order to present oral argument, evidence, and/or testimony in support thereof. Requested time is 10 minutes. This was dated May the 4th, which was this past Thursday, and it was signed by Ann Taylor. Let's see, I don't know that they lose this. That's weird, P-Fox. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of that they would want, that they would do a search warrant on their own lab. Is it? I mean, are they? It's got to be because they're either hiding something. Hey, Jan, how are you? Or they think that there's a possibility that someone working in that lab is not doing what they're supposed to do. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if the case gets dismissed. This case is from I don't know. This is just like the weirdest case ever. All right, so Midwest Girl. Let me pull your thing up here so I can keep up with it. So I'm not saying it's true. I just said I have a sneaky suspicion the state may take it to a grand jury, not 100, but would make sense. Yeah, I mean, anything, y'all, is possible, honestly, with this case. Okay, so that was the first one. There was only 3 pages. That's everything that they're asking for. And it was, like I said, a motion to compel discovery. So let me grab the next one. And Tonka, that is true. I was actually today going back through like the press releases and just taking notes from like each day of how quick they cleared, the Hoodie guy and the private party driver, how, the 2 remaining survivors, the timeline that they were given, where Ethan and Xana was and where Kaylee and Maddie were at, and it's and how soon that they even came out and said that the 2 surviving roommates had slept through the whole thing. I gotta find that page because I wrote down, I believe it was like the 18th or 19th that they had came out and said that they had slept through the whole thing. That they had slept all the way up until like later on the 13th. And then the 911 call came in at 11:48 or 11:58, I'm sorry. Which I thought to begin with it was 11:56. Some people say 2 minutes doesn't matter, but when you're putting a timeline together, I mean, it kind of does. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Let's see, they probably lied in the press conferences to protect the roomies. And 9mm, I've seen a lot of people say that as well. So it was the 19th. They come out and said that the two surviving roommates did not wake up until later on November the 13th, and it could have been because they were trying to keep them safe and not let it be known that one of them was awake or even on the second floor. Leslie, are you doing okay tonight? How could the one roommate sleep through the whole thing when she supposedly saw him? Well, Leslie, that was in the very beginning. They were saying that both of the roommates, both Dylan and Bethany, were sleeping on the first floor. And we didn't know that Dylan was on the second floor or even awake until the PCA came out. And I don't believe the whole story of Bethany seeing a naked guy running through the house. And the way that article, the way it was stating things, it was almost like they got mixed up. They mixed Bethany and Dylan up because they're saying in the beginning of the article, they were saying that Bethany was on the first floor. That's where her bedroom was, or ground floor, however it was they said it. And that she's seen him running naked through the house out the back door. Well, there's no way she could have been in her room or even walking around on that first floor and seen anybody run out the back door. Unless, like I said, she's got x-ray vision, and I don't think she does. So I think that was a fake story. Hey, Roger, how are you? Unless, like I said, they were getting Bethany and Dylan mixed up later on in the article because they said that, like I said, they saw him running out the back door. He was naked, and that Bethany's the one that found the roommates. So will they point the finger at the DoorDash dude? I don't know. They said that they've interviewed the DoorDash, and see, that was when I was going through. I only made it to November the 19th, and the press releases that they did, and I'm taking notes as I'm going of when they announced they were going to have a press conference, so I can go find those videos for those days. I haven't seen anything about the DoorDash driver because we didn't hear about that until the PCA came out as well. Hold on 1 second, y'all. So I'm gonna be honest. I think that whole article was just somebody wanting clicks and views and looking for clout. Same thing as Bryan Kohberger wanting to be moved to a women's prison. Okay, so I remember thinking they were all asleep and was heartbroken to learn Xana was definitely awake. Yeah. Well, I mean, come to find out, her and Dylan both were. Michelle, how are you? Okay, let me grab this next document. And these 3 different documents are actually like super short. Just a second. Okay, so this one is also the state of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger. And it's an order vacating the hearing and setting scheduled conference for motions for the amended non-dissemination order. Michelle, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay. All right, so it says a motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order and a memorandum in support of the motion for appeal and or clarification of the amended non-dissemination order were filed by the counsel for the Gonzalez family on February the 3rd of 2023. Seems like there was a lot of stuff getting filed on February the 3rd. I think that was when, yeah, that was the same day as the first request for discovery was done. All right, so a petition for right of mandamus or a right of prohibition was filed with the Idaho Supreme Court docket number 50482-2023 on February the 6th of 2023, titled The Associated Press versus the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, County of Latah, Honorable Megan E. Marshall, Magistrate Judge, related to the amended non-dissemination order in the case. A memorandum of points and authorities relating to the non-dissemination order and the affidavit of the Latah County Prosecutor William W. Thompson, Jr. were filed by the state of Idaho on February the 8th of 2023. In objection to the motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the non-dissemination order was filed by the counsel for Mr. Kohberger on February the 9th of 2023. JJ, how are you? Oh, JJ, I'm so sorry to hear that. We're going to keep him in our prayers. All right, so on February the 27th of 2023, a court issued a notice regarding hearing date on the motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order, providing notice that the Gonzalez's motion would be set for hearing upon the issuance of the Idaho Supreme Court's decision in the Associated Press versus the Second Judicial District, which is the docket number that I had just read. So on April the 24th of 2023, the Idaho Supreme Court issued an opinion dismissing the Associated Press's petition for the right of mandamus or the right of prohibition. On April the 28th of 2023, the court issued a notice of hearing setting the Gonzalez's motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order for a hearing on May the 25th of 2023. On May the 2nd of 2023, the Associated Press filed a motion to intervene and a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order. The Gonzalez's motion and the Associated Press's motion concerned the same subject matter, the amended non-dissemination order, and should be set for hearing at the same time for judicial efficiency. Therefore, after due consideration, it is hereby ordered that the motion hearing the Gonzalez's motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order scheduled for May the 25th is vacated. It is further ordered that a scheduling conference, Gonzalez's motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order, and the Associated Press's motion to intervene and motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order will be held on May the 22nd, 2023 at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time via Zoom. And then it says, see notice of the remote hearing. So it's further ordered that any recording or live streaming of the Zoom proceeding is prohibited. So that was done on the 4th of May. Megan Marshall signs it. And then it's sent to everybody. William Thompson, which is the DA, Jeffrey Nye, and Ingrid Beatty, which is the two attorneys generals, Ann Taylor, Wendy Olson, Corey Caron, which is all three on Bryan Kohberger's defense team, and then Shannon Gray, who is the Gonzalez family's attorney. All right. But let me grab the last one. Two seconds. Because we are going to get to watch this motion hearing, or whatever video conference is what they're calling it. We are going to get to watch it. Okay, so daylight. What they did is they vacated the one that was scheduled for the 25th, which was just for the Gonzalez family. Megan Marshall is saying that because they both concern the same thing, she wants to have it all at one time. So she scheduled the Associated Press or the Media Coalition group, as well as the Gonzalez family and Shannon Gray. She's going to do them all on one day. All right, so this one was released Friday. So it's a notice of a remote hearing, and I can zoom it in for y'all, where y'all can see it a little bit better. This over. Okay, so notice is given that the above entitled case is set for. It's a scheduling conference, May the 22nd now, instead of the 25th. It's going to be at 10 a.m. with Judge Megan Marshall. The scheduling conference will take place remotely through a video conference. There is the Zoom link. There is a meeting ID. There is a password. You must appear using the video with stable internet connection. If you are unable to do so, or you require accommodations, the Latah County Clerk's Office, there's the number, has a public kiosk at 522 South Adams Street in Moscow, Idaho. If you have an attorney, you may also contact your attorney for assistance. For a list of best practices and technical information about the remote hearing, please go to, and it leaves a website for that. It is the policy of the Idaho Supreme Court that court proceedings are presumed to be open to the public in the absence of a court rule or a court order providing otherwise. Thus, this proceeding may be live streamed to the public. So, to begin with, they said that it was prohibited. Now they're saying that it can be streamed to the public. And there is a Zoom link, meeting ID, password, everything. So we will get to watch that on the 22nd. So that should be interesting. Hey, Stevie, how are you? All right. Zoom it all. Daylight, it would be nice if they're going to do this, why not, they've showed when he first got back to Idaho. They showed that. So hopefully they will show the prelim, and then they will show, if it does go to trial, which I do think that it will, hopefully they'll show it as well. See, they're going to stream it. No, Roger, they're putting the meeting ID and everything. It says that the proceedings may be live streamed to the public. So, I mean, they've got it, the Zoom link, the meeting ID that you have to put in, and the password. So if I can get into it and then mute myself out, then yeah, I'm going to stream it. It's at 10 o'clock, which would be 12 o'clock my time on the 22nd, which is What is today? The 8th. So not next Monday, which is the 15th, but the following Monday. So it would be two weeks from today. Is when they're going to do it. Okay. And then the bottom page here is just showing all the people: William Thompson Jr., Jeff Knight, Ingrid Beatty, which is for the state, Ann Taylor, Wendy Jo no, Ann Taylor's for Bryan. Shannon Gray is for the Gonzalez family. Wendy Olson is the Media Coalition attorney. And then Corey Carone, I believe, is with Ann Taylor as well. Let's see. I am sure that many people will be trying to get in there. Yes. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people in there. I'm sure it's going to be like, what's his name? Jared from AWP. It's probably going to be like that. How whenever they had showed his thing, is that's probably what it's going to be like. A Zoom thing like that. So I've got to make sure that I mute it whenever I go into it. So as long as I can mute myself out, I will stream it because I don't want any of my background noise going into where the court can hear it and then them get upset and don't want to do it. So if anybody else is streaming it, hopefully they will mute themselves as well. Okay. So let me get this 166 page document pulled up. Hey, Iris, how are you? Okay. Let's see, it's not about how much evidence prosecution has, but rather if it's non-compromised and admissible. That is so weird, though. They're talking about that uh, they got a search warrant for their own lab. Because one thing that can't be explained away is the sheath. Ann Taylor has to attack that sheath immediately in full force. I'm curious to know why there wasn't more DNA on the sheet. I'm going to be honest. Obsessed for Disneyland, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months. And it says, glad to be back with my pickle family. Well, I am happy to be back as well. I have missed all of you the last 2 nights. Okay. So was there maybe? I don't know. Truth Finder, this is like the first thing. Hey, Big Al, how are you? This is the first thing I'm hearing about a search warrant in their lab. So apparently, William Thompson thinks something's going on. Big Al, are you feeling better? Okay. I got 2 other documents I'm going to pull up before I pull up the 166 page one. Doing okay currently. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so Kami says, I think that they're looking for the chain of command. Truth Finder, I don't know. I believe it was P. Fox said that she had heard that they had asked for a warrant on the lab. And I don't know if P. Fox is she still in here? Hey, Valerie, how are you? Let's see. Have you seen the third supplemental discovery request, chain of custody requests on everything? Yes, I went over that Friday night, I think it was. I went over the third request. Okay, let me get this pulled up real quick. Let's see. There's two different ones I got to find. Okay, this is on January. Okay, I want to make sure I got the first one pulled up first. Okay, TNT said on her live. Okay, so P Fox, I didn't get to watch Lana's thing. Was it the state that requested the search warrant, or who? Wait, who requested the search warrant? I think I was going to ask you that a minute ago, and I forgot. Michelle, the one that they're doing this month on the 22nd has to do with the gag order. Okay, so it was the state then. Okay. I was going to ask that a minute ago, and I took that as how you read it or how you had said it. It was the state, but I just wanted to be sure. Okay. Now, well, I'm going to pull this up real quick because apparently Ann Taylor has went to Bryan Kohberger's apartment twice. I think this is it. And she actually had to get permission from Kohberger to do this. White Widow Baby, do you need Troll to stay in here while you're getting caught up? And see, Marissa, that's the first I've heard of it. I don't know it to be facts or anything, but that's if it's true, that's very interesting. See, and the one in June is the prelim. Yes, Michelle, it's June the 26th. It's the 26th through the 30th is what they've got scheduled for the prelim. Okay. Let me zoom this in a little bit where y'all can see this. Okay, now if my video is lagging on my end, so it keeps. Oh, okay. And no, P-Fox, thank you so much for the information. That's very interesting. Okay, so this is from Washington State University Police Department. So apparently, there was some keys that was the property of WSU. They were in Bryan Kohberger's apartment. I believe one of them was to the office that he worked at, and so he had to sign a piece of paper giving Ann Taylor permission to go in there and get the keys and turn them over to the university. Then they went back after that, and I have the paper on that as well, uh, where Ann Taylor and her team went back to Bryan's apartment with his permission. He had given written permission for them to go back and get some of his personal belongings. And it'll explain that in the next one, and the next page that I'm going to show. Then I'm going to pull up the 166 page documents that I promise I'm going to get through super quick. So you have to be out of town June 25th to July the 2nd. They better have good internet. Well, Mountain Mama, I'm going to be keeping up with it. So if for whatever reason you can't watch it, you can always come back and watch it once you get good internet. Hey, Lady V, how are you? Norman, how are you? Let's see. Norman says, I think that the frats are involved and the cops are covering up for them to pin it on Bryan Kohberger. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you, Norman. Anything is possible with this case. It's a very crazy case. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's there's so many twists and turns, and there's ups and downs, and everything else. All right, so this is case 22W4 386 is a supplemental narrative, and it is Officer Don Daniels is who typed this up. This is her report. So it says on January the 10th of 2023 at approximately 11:20, I met with the defense attorney and three others from her team for Kohberger at his residence, which would be his apartment at WSU. They showed me a piece of paper signed by Kohberger granting permission to enter his apartment to remove the WSU office keys that had been sitting on the TV stand during the warrant service. At approximately 11:25 hours, I unlocked the door and provided them entry into the apartment. They went into the TV stand and provided me the two keys I had recognized as belonging to WSU. The key numbers were U124 and Z261. I later confirmed that these keys accessed the office room 12 in the Winston Short Hall and other spaces in the Criminal Justice Department of the Wilson Short Hall. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? While at the apartment, I explained to the attorney that I had forgotten to include the 3 samples taken from the apartment and provided her a copy of the return of the search. She took the return of search and took a copy of the amended warrant and item C's log from the couch. Members of her team took photographs of the apartment and removed a receipt from the cupboard in the bathroom. I believe that they may have taken some other paperwork items from the living room. I remained outside the door during this time. At 11:41 hours, we all exited the apartment and I secured the door. I cleared the residence. Later in the day, I took the 2 keys to the Criminal Justice Department and turned the keys over to the chair of the department, Melanie Angela Newely. I certify and declare under the penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that the foregoing is true and correct on this 13th day of January 2023 in Pullman, Washington. All right, so there's her name, Don Daniels. I'm guessing 302 is going to be her badge number. Mountain Mama, that's what I was thinking. Like, how do you forget to give something like that? All right, so let me just do it like this. Zoom this one in. Okay, so this is also Washington State University Police Department. This is case number 22W4386, a supplemental narrative. So on January the 19th of 2023, at approximately 15:15 hours, I was asked to meet with Bryan Kohberger's defense team, which consisted of Ann C. Taylor, Michael P. McCarthy, and Jennifer Janquan. I hope I'm pronouncing her last name. For assistance gaining access to Bryan Kohberger's residence. Upon contact with Taylor, she showed me a signed letter from Bryan Kohberger granting Taylor's defense team access to his apartment to gather some of his belongings, but didn't let me keep the paperwork. Taylor stated that they would email me a copy of the paperwork for my records. I opened the door and granted the 3 of them the access to his apartment. They removed a flat screen TV, a computer monitor, a small box with miscellaneous papers and receipts, a laundry basket full of books, and a medium-sized box that I couldn't see the contents. They were at the apartment for approximately 10 minutes, and I advised I could lock the door after they left. I secured Kohberger's apartment by locking the deadbolts. Before leaving, I provided Ann Taylor with my business card and asked that she send the paperwork that they showed me for access to Kohberger's apartment. Taylor said that she would. As of this would be January the 24th of 2023. I haven't received any emails from Taylor or her team. So she went in and she showed them a piece of paper with Bryan's signature on it, granting them permission to go into the house, and tells the cop that she's going to send a copy of it, and then she doesn't send a copy of it. So it says nothing further. I certify and declare under the penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that the foregoing is true and correct on the 24th day of January 2023 in Pullman, Washington. This was Kay Stewart, and her badge number would be 326. Let's see. So the things that BK wanted, the cops didn't take. Yeah, because in that other one, it said that they went and did, when she went into the apartment the first time, she went into the bathroom and got something out of the, I guess, the medicine cabinet. I believe is what they said was in there whenever they had found some kind of nasty stain on it or whatever. So there was some kind of receipt in there. And as of January the 24th, White Little Baby, no, she never emailed a copy of that page to her. Ian was supposed to email her a copy of the paper where Bryan had signed, giving them permission to go into the house. And she may have by now. This came out on January the 24th. As of then, Ian had never sent it to her. But she very well could have since him, because it was done on the 24th of January, and they went to the apartment on January the 19th. Okay. All right, so I had those two. I need to get all this off my screen. I need to grab. Wait, that's actually what I needed pulled up on my screen. Let me find it here. Okay. Let's see. The netheads are going to mess the whole case up. Lady V, Ann Taylor has requested 3 supplemental requests for discoveries now. And the first and second request, she still hasn't got everything from yet. Now, like I said, the stuff, that's coming from Pennsylvania could take a while to do it. But the first request was done on February the 3rd. The second one was March the 23rd. They should have gotten all of that stuff in that first request, which had the stuff from Pennsylvania in it. They should have gotten that. They asked for it a little over a month after he was arrested. So Pennsylvania should have sent that. And that is, I don't know who it would fall more on. Would it fall more on Moscow Police Department, or would it fall more on the DA for Latah County, which is William Thompson, to send a request to Pennsylvania to get all that information? Because it seems like Moscow PD, FBI, and the Idaho State Police would also need that information, but the DA needs it as well. Thank you, King Scarlet. Prosecution has not fully complied with the defense discovery request. That's why there's an order to compel discovery. This doesn't look good, in my opinion. I'm scared that it's going to turn out like another Lori Vallow case, or another Lori Vallow trial. The thing coming up in June is just a prelim, but they need to make sure before this thing, if it does go to trial, that the state turns over everything that she's asking. Okay, let me go back up. All right, give me just a second. I need to resize this on my screen. Okay, so this is going to be the 166-page document, the non-dissemination order, and I'll show y'all that that's what is on here. Uh, we have went over. Okay, hold on just a second. Some of these are not too long. I can read over. Some of them have pages that we went over the other night, I believe Friday night. There is 2 pages on here, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. 2 pages on here that I cannot read. A lot of pages are redacted. Okay, let me get it pulled up here real quick. Okay, this is gonna be it. Has Ian received any DNA results? Maybe it only took 2 hours to get back. P Fox, there was some DNA stuff that she was still requesting from the first and second request that she included in her motion to compel. Chad Daybell's trial starts. Chad Daybell's trial, from what I'm hearing, Marissa, is supposed to start in June of 2024. Is what I've heard. All right. So this is the non-dissemination order. And I can go through this one real quick. It just says the court, by stipulation of the parties, enters to order as follows. It is hereby ordered that the parties to the above titled action, including investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, and agents for the prosecuting attorney or the defense attorney, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning the case, other than a quotation from a reference to, without comment to, the public record of the case. This order specifically prohibits any statements with which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of the public communication that relates to the following: evidence regarding the occurrence or transaction involved in the case, the character, credibility, or the criminal record of a party, the performance or results of any examinations or tests, or the refusal or failure of a party to submit to such tests or examinations. Any opinion as to the merits of the case or the claims of the defense of a party, any other matter reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial of the case, such as, but not limited to, the existence or contents of any confession, admission, or statement given by the defendant, the possibility of a plea of guilt to the charged offense or a lesser offense, or any opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence. Hey Pearl, how are you? So it is further ordered that no person covered by this order shall avoid its prescriptions by the actions that indirectly but deliberately cause a violation of the order. It is further ordered that this order and all provisions thereof shall remain in full force and effect throughout these proceedings. They did not put spaces there. Until such time as a verdict has been returned unless modified by the court. This was done uh, January the 3rd, 2023, and Megan Marshall has signed it. Family teenage girls found toddler clothing with blood. Oh, wait. Pearl, let's see. Did anybody see the News Nation report of the guy that killed his family? See, teenage girls found toddler clothing with blood in floor. The house where the hell are. No, Pearl, I didn't see that, which I know that there's been a lot that's been coming out on that case, but I haven't been able to keep up with everything on it. Okay, and then this is the next document. Like I said, there's several documents within this document. So this is in the matter of the application for the search warrant. It's order sealing documents is the clerk's action required. And it says this matter having come on for hearing upon the motion of the state of Washington, and the court having considered said motion, the files and records herein, and the affidavit of Don Daniels, and having entered finding of fact and conclusions of law therefrom, and now therefore, it is ordered that the clerk of this court shall seal the warrant, application for the warrant, inventory and return, and the declaration in support of the motion to seal the documents until March the 1st of 2023, or until earlier order of the courts. So it is further ordered that one, this order, and two, the findings and the conclusions on the motion to seal the documents are exempt from sealing requirement and shall be available to the public's inspection and copying. That was done 30th day of December 2022, which is the day that Bryan got arrested. And that judge's name is Gary something. I think Gary Levy, I believe is his name. All right. While I'm reading this, if you have not done so, could you please go hit the thumbs up? Okay, I think this is the same one. Yeah. So this one here is order sealing documents. The clerk's action required. It's the same one that I just read. Amber, how are you? So I'm going to skip over it. I'm not going to read it again. It's dated the 30th of December 2022. The same judge and all that. Okay, but this page here, this is by Don Daniels. Amber, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, so it says amendment read to Judge Levy on December the 30th of 2022 at approximately 1609 hours and recorded on body camera. So on December the 30th of 2022, while service search warrant SW1229222A for Steptoe Apartment G201, which is Bryan Kohberger's apartment at WSU, we found a padlock, round in shape, in the living room closet. Based on my training and experience, I recognize the padlock to be the shape of locks typically used on storage units. The lock is round in shape, and the design limits the ability for it to be cut off. A key matching the lock was also found in the living room in the TV stand next to the keys, which appeared to be for the Wilson Short office. I had Officer Krishner contact the apartment coordinator, who confirmed that there are storage closets available to residents located in the same buildings as the laundry area. Sergeant Petlovny went to the area and confirmed that there was a storage closet with the address G201 written in black marker on the wood door. The storage closet is located in Building F of the Steptoe Apartments. So the storage door is not locked, and the door is slightly ajar. I believe the storage was likely used by Kohberger to store items and was likely assessed between the time of the murders and his travel to Pennsylvania. It is also believed that the storage closet could contain trace evidence listed in number 1 and number 5 of the evidence to be seized. Judge, do you believe that there is probable cause to believe that these items may be found in the storage unit, and do you authorize us to search the storage unit? And then Don Daniels signs it, puts her badge number, puts on there she works for this Washington State University Police Department. All right, I'd like to scoot this over a little bit. Okay, and this is what I think I showed y'all this page the other night. with the other ones. But this is everything that they had taken out of his apartment when they served that search warrant. It was the one nitrite or nitrile type black glove. And the X's over here, they're all on the same little uh, column, and it says at the top, collect item. All right, so they found the black glove. They found the one Walmart receipt with the Dickies tag. They got 2 Marshall's receipts, and all of these were found in a closet on the north wall of the entryway on the west side. There was a dust container from Abyssal Power Force vacuum that was in the closet north wall of the entryway on the east side. There is 2 possible hair strands, and they have marked out 2 and wrote something else in it. Let me see if I can zoom in on this and see what it. Uh, it looks like they've marked out 2 and maybe put 3 and then dated it, showing the date that they had done that on. But it says possible hair strands, and then it has 8. Oh no, they marked out 2 and put 8. That must be who marked it out. They put the initials. Okay, so that was the head of a Libman broom. It was in the closet on the north wall, the entryway on the east side. Then they found a fire stick or fire TV stick with a cord and a plug. It was plugged into the back of a Samsung TV on the west wall of the living room and TV stand. Possible animal hair strand under the computer pad on the desk in the northeast bedroom. That was in the northeast bedroom under the computer pad on the desk. Well, if y'all remember, I also read, and I believe that they are in this set of documents, that they did not do DNA testing on any of these hair, which I don't understand why, but they didn't do it. And it seems kind of funny that he would have a possible animal hair if he had no animals in his house underneath his computer pad on his desk. Okay, so then there was possible hair on the east wall of the shower on the tile. That could have been from him. Possible hair inside the drain of the shower. That could have been from him. It could have been the victims. 7 weeks later, after the murders, it's a possibility. I don't know why they didn't test it though. It says 1 possible hair strand from an uncased pillow on the north side of the bed. So he could have simply been moving back to his home state. Iris, a lot of people thought that maybe he wasn't planning on coming back to Washington. Okay, then they took the computer tower from the northeast bedroom desk. And then it says the northeast bedroom, item not bagged, tagged with zip tie in info. So that was collected for evidence. Yeah, King Scarlet. The office keys were left on his TV stand in his living room, and that's what he gave permission to his attorney to go back in, get the keys out of his apartment, give them to Officer Dawn Daniels, and then she turned it over to the criminal, uh, the department that he was in, criminal justice department. Okay. So these are the documents that we went over the other night. Also, the presumptive chemical test for blood. The white towel from the shelf in the kitchen table tested negative. A dark red spot, they just collected that item. And it says over here on the side, unable to test, collected with something. Collect it without test. Let's see if it is a slam dunk. Why isn't the state dunking? Like lace up your lace your Jordans up already. Yeah, I don't know. I think that if this does go to trial, this should be a good trial because you're gonna have Ann Taylor. She and I said this a couple of weeks ago. We're used to seeing Lori's or listening to Lori's attorneys, and they act like they don't want to be there. And then the same thing with Letitia's attorneys. We could actually see them, and they acted like they were bored, that they didn't want to be there. I think with Ann Taylor, it's going to be completely different. And I don't know how William Thompson is in the courtroom, but it could be like a head-to-head battle throughout this whole thing. Okay, so they were unable to test, but they did collect without testing. The pizza cutter, top drawer, tested negative. Dark red irregular stain on the side panel of the drawer, tested negative. 332 screwdriver from the bottom drawer by the sink. All of these tested negative. So the Ajax bottle of soap near the bathroom bottom edge of the sink, an Ajax bottle of soap near the bottom linear stain. There was a switch on the north wall of the kitchen behind the sink, tested negative. Switch on the north wall of the kitchen behind the sink, tested negative. Pink red irregular stain on the edge of a plate from the cabinet, tested negative. I think there was 2 different things that tested positive. Microwave on the counter. See dark discoloration in the grout on the countertop. Orange drip south wall of the kitchen, northeast bedroom. See closet, the interior of the north door. Small red brown stain on exterior door of the closet. Edge of the south door of the closet. Interior of the south door of the closet. Like there was red stains all over the suit's house. That all of it tested negative except for these 2 things. But see, Cricket Moon, they haven't, from my understanding, they haven't tested anything else like these hairs and all this and that. Like, why are they not testing like DNA testing all this? That's what doesn't make any sense. Let's see where to stop. So 2 small reddish brown irregular stains on the inside of his closet. Irregular reddish brown stain inside the closet. He had a lot of stains inside of his closet, y'all. There was a white towel and a black broom stool. Dark brown stain on the towel or in the towel fibers. A gravy smear on the interior south door of the closet. No, a gray smear. I'm sorry. I read that as gravy. A gray smear. Let's see. The laundry basket on the underside, there was an orange smear, light brown streak outside the corner of the laundry basket. Exterior door, small red stain, irregular red stain on the exterior door of the bedroom. Let's see. The northeast bedroom door jamb, small red brown stain, exterior bathroom door, interior of the bathroom door. Like all of these tested negative, like I said. See, what did he do in his closet? Truth Finder, I don't know. Hey, Bullets, how are you? I don't know what he had going on in his closet or on the pizza cutter. Um, I don't know. He just had brown, red, and orange stains all over his house. All right, so the interior of the bathroom door had a small dark red brown stain on it. Interior of the bathroom door had a little red brown stain on it. He just like the dude was I don't know if he could like did why did he not clean it? And it could have been left from the people who lived there previously, but the people downstairs were claiming that he was constantly cleaning and keeping them up. So why is it so nasty on the inside of his house? So there was a light reddish brown stain on the outside edge of the medicine cabinet. Like they even said the pizza cutter, and there was a plate in the cabinet that had a red stain on it. I don't know. Maybe he just can't wash dishes good. I don't know. Something going on there that's. So there was a diluted brown stain on the door jamb of the toilet room in the bathroom, a small reddish brown stain on the left edge of the medicine cabinet, and the mirror in the bathroom. Small a brownish stain right inside the edge of the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. The west wall of the shower below the curtain rod, there was a light gray linear stain. And I had seen when I was looking through Facebook today, somebody had asked in one of the groups, did anybody else notice in all of this whole list of where they were looking and all these stains or whatever, did anybody notice that there wasn't a shower curtain? Well, they didn't say that there was not a shower curtain. They just said that there was a stain on the shower or the curtain rod. So he could have had a shower curtain and there been nothing on it, or just could have had the shower curtain rod and just been a bath dude, or there was something on the curtain and he threw it away. Let's see. I would take the neighbor's comment. Yeah, I mean they would. Ours it was the ones that live below him, and they said that he would make all kind of noises at night. He would use the food disposal, garbage disposal. He would vacuum at all hours of the night and was keeping their kid awake. But they didn't want to say anything to him because in case at some point their kid woke up during the middle of the night and kept him awake. So they didn't want to like they wanted to be like a good neighbor or whatever. But then again, it there's no proof that he did this either, so it very well could just be a neighbor trying to put their 2 cents into it. Be like, hey, I commented on Bryan Kohberger. I live below him. Because there was other neighbors that had came out and said that they would see him on their steps in the apartment. And one guy said he would talk to him and they would talk about criminal justice stuff. And then I remember that there was another guy that lived there and said that whenever he would see Bryan, he would try to like go another way and kind of avoid him. BK, I like long walks and after doing the pin and snap, I enjoy hot baths with extra. I mean, who knows? Maybe he didn't need a shower curtain because he don't take showers. Maybe he's a bath guy. I mean, it could be one of three things. There was a shower curtain there and there's nothing on it. There was a shower curtain there and he threw it away because it had something on it. Or there's just no shower curtain. Cricket Moon, they haven't turned over anything from the car to the defense either. So that's what this motion to compel that Ann Taylor has done. That's one of the things that she's asking for because the state still has not sent that to him either. Marissa, you think he was blending protein shakes? I don't guess. I don't understand why the most important part of evidence they haven't sent over. Unless they have it all and they're just trying to stall the defense. Because there's like a process. You ask for the supplemental request for discovery. And then if they don't send it, then you go through the whole motion to compel thing. I'm sure there's several steps that you have to go through before a judge is going to rule on it and be like the Lori Vallow case. You know, how they took the whole death penalty thing off. I hope it doesn't get to that part yet. I'm hoping that exactly Cricket Moon, because it could get to the. I mean, if they're gonna go after him or go after the death penalty, they have 30 days after the day that he enters his plea, which is going to be March or June 26th. They have until July the 26th. That is if he enters it on June 26th, because they're going to be doing court all that week. So they have 30 days from that day that he enters the plea to let him know they're going to go after the death penalty. They need to make sure that they're getting everything done the right way so something like this does not come up. Cricket Moon, it doesn't. I have not seen where they have said that if they use luminol or not. Let's see. The shower curtain is odd. I wonder if campus housing usually provides basic bathroom necessities like shower curtains, hooks, rods. I don't know. They might the rods, because some rods you can get where they're put on there permanently, and you have to unscrew the little things at the end, and that's how you take it down or whatever. They may provide that, and you have to provide your own hooks and curtain and stuff like that. I don't know. He, like I said, he could be a bath guy. Maybe he likes taking bubble baths. Who knows? Okay, so they got a light orange brown stain on the right side of the sink in the bathroom. On the east wall of the shower, they collected hair, which it did say that in the other page that we saw. Okay, so rods usually come in apartments, etc. You usually have to buy your own hooks and curtain. Okay. Stevie says, starting to doubt what Ellie has. The leaks meant to incriminate Bryan has been pretty weak so far. I mean, if he's the guy who did it, I hope that they have enough to put him away. If he's not the guy who did it, then they need to quit wasting people's time and go find the person who did do it. If he is one of the people who done it and he had help, they need to go find the person who helped him. Okay, so there was another spot on the curtain rod in the shower under the side of the rod west end. It was a reddish stain. And like I said, all of these are still uh, have tested negative for blood. Let's see, they did a blind swab of the east sink drain in the bathroom. They did a blind swab of the west sink drain in the bathroom. They did a blind swab of the shower drain in the bathroom. None of those came up positive for blood. There was a tiny red stain on the edge of the doorknob plate interior of the entry door. The south of the entry door on the living room west wall, there was a dark brown dripping stain. Top left side of the computer pad, there was a dilute round stain. Top left side of the computer pad, a dilute round stain. The Now where it has the letter B right here, this is what tested positive uh, for blood. It's a reddish brown stain on an uncased pillow, the south side of the bed. Two separate stains. Only larger stain was tested. That could be from him. That could be a nosebleed. That could be acne. That could be from shaving. That could be from him. It very well could be from that night, and he brought it home, and it got on his pillow. Let's see what a baby says. One, if you think that there will be enough evidence presented to prove that BK guilty, or two, if you believe there won't be enough evidence to prove BK guilty, or three, unsure. And Gina Marie says four. I Everybody else is saying three. Angie says one. She thinks that there will be enough. Okay, so King Scarlet, real quick. White Widow Baby said one, if you think that there will be enough evidence presented to prove that BK is guilty, or two, if you believe that there will not be enough evidence to prove that he is guilty, or three, if you're unsure. As one, how are you? Okay, K Brass thinks that they'll have enough. Cricket Moon, what is five? King Scarlet thinks they'll have enough. A lot of people are unsure. Because, I mean, if you think about it, in the very beginning, when they arrested him, everybody thought he was the guy. Like, everybody. That's, if you had to line 10 people up and ask them all that same question, do you think Bryan Kohberger's the guy? 9 of them's going to say yeah. Now, Millimeter says that they have enough. What up, baby says they have enough. Hey, Illusions, how are you? But now that they came out with this PCA and he's been arrested, and there's like all these different court documents that came out, people are starting to change it now to from being the guy to they're not sure, which is fine. I mean, it's perfectly fine to change your mind as stuff comes out about it beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah. Okay, 9mm says if they didn't have enough, they would not be holding him, which makes sense as well. But we still haven't heard from the DoorDash with the complications of PTSD. What's her narrative? I mean, has it even been proven that it's a female? Because I've only heard that from another creator, that DoorDash was a female and that she quit right after, which I get that part. The murders happened literally 10 minutes, within 10 minutes after the DoorDash driver drops a delivery off. That person could have been there when it happened. So I get the whole PTSD thing and being scared, but do we know that that's even true? I know, wait, little baby, I know that the private driver that dropped Kaylee and Maddie off is a he. Well, let me go back. I don't know for 100% fact, but Moscow Police Department put in one of their press releases that I had read over today, where they said that they had interviewed him, and they used the word he in there. I forgot verbatim how it says it, but that they had interviewed him, and that they did not think that he was that he had anything to do with it. I haven't got to the parts in any press releases where they talk about a DoorDash delivery person. And I don't remember if there was any because that first came out in the PCA. So that might not be in the press releases that they put out. And the private party driver person that brought them home, I don't remember what the exact number was, but they live super close to Bryan Kohberger. Um, was it 250 foot or yards or something like that from like Brian's front door to the guy that brought Kaylee and Maddie home? Like it wasn't very far at all. Didn't Kaylee says one of the drivers down? As one, Kaylee's sister Olivia, because to begin with, it was saying that they got home around 1:45. Kaylee and Maddie did. Olivia went into her like investigation mode and found a ring camera or a camera at a house or whatever that showed that they actually got home at 1:56. Give me just a second, y'all, because I'm fixing to address something here. So Matthew Dodd, I'm pretty sure that you're Brian Dodd because you're saying the same thing that Brian Dodd said. Nobody said you were racist, but you're not going to come in my chat and say racial stuff the way you did back then. You're still not going to come in here. Nobody said that they didn't like you. Never once said that. And if you don't give super chats, that is completely fine. But you're not going to come in my chat and make racial remarks. Apparently, it is still a full moon. White Widow baby. I'm over the people coming in with all the racial shit, honestly. Okay. Let's see. All right, and White Widow baby, I can't tell where I'm looking at this, but you did block that person, right? Yeah, I don't care if people give super chats or not. I've never even asked anybody. I've never asked for money on here. And I'm not going to start. So if someone can't give a super chat, that is perfectly fine. Just them being here with us and interacting in the conversation is fine. That's good enough for me. Okay. All right. So good. They're blocked. All right. Let me get back to this now, y'all. I do apologize, but I can't tolerate people coming in with racial stuff. Okay. So, uh, Let's see. I've never been able to give a super chat, and you've always been super awesome. Thank you, Angie. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It. There's people on here that will beg for super chats. I'm not doing that. If you want to give, you're more than welcome to. If you don't, you don't have to. I'm still going to treat you the same way. So that is just people that want to come in here and continue to start stuff. All right, so where it says C right here, this was another thing that tested positive for blood. It's the mattress cover on the bed in the northeast room on the edge facing the doorway. It was a brown irregular drip. It says that there was multiple stains present on the cover collected after one positive result. Other stains not tested. The cover unzips into two pieces. There's a top piece and a bottom piece. Collected package separately, both marked item C. So the the mattress cover also tested positive for blood. I hope they find Kaylee's dog hair on Bryan. Well, see, Jeff, you know that they said that there was a possible animal hair that was found on. I'm assuming it was found on a computer pad on his desk where his computer was at in his bedroom. I'm assuming maybe like a mouse pad or like like now they have uh, the big huge mouse pads you can put on your desk. I'm assuming something like that. So it's kind of weird how it got like there was a possible animal hair underneath it. Okay, so there was some spots on the mattress cover that did test positive for blood. Let's see. Well, blood would not have been dripping after that length of time. Okay, and then two other things on this one that says the underside of a rug under the coffee table in the living room. There was a brownish stain near the tag. The northwest corner of the rug, it was a linear brownish red stain on the carpet in the living room under the rug. So it's almost like somebody spilt something on the actual carpet and he just threw a rug over it. And it was still wet. It got uh, the underneath of the rug wet and the carpet was still wet. But that, well, 9 millimeter, that one tested negative for blood. So the underside of the rug tested negative, and then the brown reddish stain that was on the carpet under the rug tested negative. Haven't made how we've been told maybe 10% of what they have, and some can sound 100% sure. Trust police have the right guy. I think they have the right guy. I just think that I just have this gut feeling that there's someone else out there who helped. Okay, so here is the Washington State University Police Department. This is where they collected the evidence that I just went over a few minutes ago, the black glove, the Walmart receipt with the Dickies tag, all those things. Oh, Marissa, that is nasty. um, and this shows this first little column. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. Let me try to zoom in so I can show y'all where it what it says. Mountain Mama, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. But where it says 302 up here at the top, that column right below it, it says type of evidence, and every one, it says evidence FP DEST and then SK. Every one of them is, it all has an X by evidence. So they took it in for evidence. The next one beside of that one says needs testing, yes or no. All of them are checked on no. The last one right here, the third X's y'all see says send to lab, and all of those are checked no. Hey Jessica Lynn, how are you? Okay, I'm gonna try to zoom it in a little bit more. I don't know if y'all can read it like this. Callie Dime, how are you? Let's see. Can't stay. Just wanted to say hi. Hoping you're having a good night. Yeah, Callie Dime, thank you so much for dropping in and saying hello. Let's see. Jeff says, I'm trying to imagine the type of person that would help a weird dude like Bryan. Even Bryan's dad tried to help him make friends with his neighbors. He just doesn't seem like a people person, does he, Jeff? Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm reserving judgment until prosecution provides documentation on lab to perform forensic testing validation results as required by law. Hopefully, Iris. Hold on, y'all. I've got to. My phone's going off. I gotta snooze it. Give me a second. Okay. I mean, the defense is asking for it. And if they have it, they need to go ahead and give it over to them, because if not, they're going to end up messing around, and something is going to happen within this case. Like, well, baby, it was you. My phone blowing up. But it's good. I got it snoozed now, so it's not going to hurt anything. Um, but they need to make sure that they are doing everything that they are supposed to do. And if they ask for a supplemental request for discovery, if you got it, send it to them. I mean, by law, you have to. And if you don't have it, let them know that you haven't gotten it yet. Okay, so the black glove that they found, they took it into evidence. They said that it didn't need testing, and they didn't send it to a lab. The Walmart receipt with the Dickies tag, excuse me, they took it into evidence, didn't need testing, didn't send it to a lab. Marshall's receipt is the same thing. The dust container from the Bissell Power Force vacuum, evidence, no testing, no needed, no, they didn't send it to a lab. Possible hair strands. This is what they found at the bottom of the lemon broom. They took it into evidence, did not send it to a lab, and did not test it. I don't understand why, if you have a man who you think has committed a murder, or 4 murders, I should say, you are doing a search warrant on his apartment, trying to find evidence to prove that he did this murder, and you find hair. Why do you not test the hair? No matter if you believe it's his, or you don't think that it's anybody else's, it's hair. It could be anybody's. It could be some of the victims. Why not test it? That was the whole purpose of going and doing the search warrant. Everything that they took out of that house, they didn't have any of it tested. The fire stick, they took it in as evidence, didn't send it to a lab, didn't test it. Don Daniels signed off on this, and Jeff Talbot signed off on this. And it shows right here where Jeff Talbot says that it was transferred to ISP. Let's see. They should be, Angie, but I mean, it seems like unless when they send it over to ISP, then ISP tested it, and they just haven't showed those results. I don't know. Because this is the Washington State University Police Department. Maybe they don't have their own specific lab that they can test stuff in. But they should have put where it says needs testing, they should have put yes. Okay, so the next one was the possible animal hair strand under the computer pad on the desk. They took it in as evidence. They said it didn't need to be tested, and they didn't send it to a lab. Possible hair on the east wall of the shower. Took it in, didn't test it, didn't send it. They didn't send none of it to a lab. The very least, they should have put it needs to be tested. Let's see, possible hair inside the drain of the shower. More than likely, the shower stuff is probably his. There was a possible hair strand found on the uncased pillow, and then the computer tower from the desk out of his bedroom. So none of those were tested. They said that they didn't need to be tested. And then it also says right here that on January the 3rd, it was transferred over to ISP. Let's see. We go down. So the collection of the dark red spots says small flaked off a surface upon touch west of the sink and the kitchen counter. It says collected without testing. It was taken in as evidence, wasn't sent to a lab or tested, or didn't need testing. And then the cuttings from the uncased pillow, the reddish brown stain. Once again, evidence, doesn't need testing, wasn't sent to a lab. Okay, let's see. I see Kaylee exiting dog room to see Maddie being stabbed. I see Ethan exiting the bathroom to find Xana being stabbed. BK only dealt with one victim at a time. And Jeff, that's a good theory. I mean, it very well could have been done that way. Okay, so the thing about when Maddie said, or Kaylee asked Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And Maddie says, I told him everything. Per the Gonzalez family, they said that conversation was about Maddie telling Adam about Kaylee wanting to get back together with Jack D. That is what the Gonzalez family is saying that conversation was about. That night that they were at the corner club, Maddie told Adam, because Adam was Jack D's roommate. Maddie told Adam Kaylee wanted to get back together with Jack D. And could be the reason why they were both trying to call him that night. Okay, and then the last thing here was the mattress cover on the bed. They said that it tested positive for blood, that they took it in as evidence. Doesn't need to be tested, and they didn't send it to a lab. Let's see, or is that what they want to believe? Now, Marissa, I don't know where they got that information from. They claim, the Gonzalez family claimed that they had knew about that video way before the public knew about the video. Um, I would think that they talked to Adam since him and Jack D were roommates. Um, so maybe that's all it really was. I mean, I would hope that Jack or Adam, neither one, would lie to them about what that conversation was, or what Maddie told Adam. Let's see. I personally disagree. Wait, Cricket Moon, what are you talking about? You disagree with, which is fine if you disagree with it. I was just saying uh, what the Gonzalez family had said. But what is your opinion on that, Cricket Moon? See, I'm not accusing Jack or Adam of wrongdoing. No, no, Cricket Moon, I don't think you're doing that either. Okay, but I would like to hear your opinion on it. Okay, y'all, we've only got the. I told you I was gonna get through this quick, and I'm only on page 21. And this one here is just it's Don Daniels and Jeff Talbot where they signed off on it. This here I cannot read. Only thing I can see is on December the 30th of 2022. While serving the search warrant, they give the search warrant number for the Steptoe apartment. We found a padlock. Okay, so that would have been what she had typed up. But a lot of this I cannot read. Let's see. And it has Gary Libby, which is Gary Libby was the judge over there. Hey, Jody, it's cool. How are you? Firefly, how are you? Okay, and then this one here says on December the 30th of 2022 at approximately 16:09 hours, Judge Gary S. Libby C finds that there is probable cause to believe that the storage closet, a label G201, in black marker on the wood door, let's see, located in Building F of the Steptoe Apartments may confirm, let's see, items listed as number 1 and number 5 in the section of items to be seized may be found in the storage unit. Also, he authorizes the search of the storage unit labeled G201 located in the Building F of the Steptoe Apartments. So she just wrote that out and got his permission to go search the storage building. Let's see, RVing, how are you? So why would the hoodie guy say that they're going to get you if what Maddie told Adam was just getting back with Jack D? RVing, whenever I listened to it, that's kind of what it sounded like he said. Cricket Moon, have a good night. But it was hard to understand if that is in fact what he said, but that is what it sounded like he said. So honestly, I don't know what that was about, what he was talking about. They're going to get you. I don't know if he was talking about maybe Kaylee's going to get you, or maybe Jack's going to get you for telling Adam that. Okay, so this is the sheriff's certificate of service. Let's see. Case number 20222515001. I believe this is the one that has a lot of redactions in it. All right, so the plaintiff is Washington State University versus Bryan Kohberger. Jeff, in the video of Kaylee, Maddie, and the hoodie guy walking from the thank you, Cricket Moon. I hope you have a wonderful night. When they're walking from the corner club to the food truck, and they're just normal talking, and that's when Kaylee asks Maddie, "What did you tell Adam?" And Maddie says, "I told Adam everything." In that conversation right there, you can hear Hoodie guy say, and it what sounds like to me too, Maddie, they're gonna get you. But it wasn't as clear as Kaylee saying, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And Maddie saying, I told Adam everything. Because they were back away from the camera a little bit. So, but that's what it sounded like he said. All right, so this here, this says, I, Richard Skills, Sheriff of Latah County, do hereby certify that I received the above documents for service on January the 6th of 2022. I think he meant January of 2023. And that it was served by the sheriff's deputy who assigned the certificate within the county of Latah, the state of Idaho, by delivering to and leaving with the name of person served, Bryan Kohberger, personally at the Latah County Jail. Asian Redneck, how are you? And that he or she is the listed respondent. It was at 1100 hours on January the 6th of 2023. So yeah, they put in um the wrong gear on that. Okay, and then it says the person being served has been identified by the serving deputy and has been served in accordance with the law and the rules of the state of Idaho. Richard Skills, sheriff, by deputy. I can't tell what this deputy's name is. And then Bryan Kohberger signs it. See, I just hope we got the truth of the victim's family's sake. RVing, that is true. The victims deserve justice, and so do their families, because their families have been through a lot. He writes like he's in third grade. And I don't know if it's just because maybe they have him in handcuffs or something like that, and it's hard for him to write, or if he just has naturally sloppy handwriting. Crime Solver, how are you? 3 years old. I don't know. I've noticed on all of his signatures, he doesn't write on the line. And then it kind of like the last name always has that little hump in it right there. Let's see. Okay, so Crime Solver says, quick question, please. Can you remind me who released that walking video with Hoodie and the girls? I don't remember, Crime Solver, who initially released it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that I saw it probably on News Nation, is where I seen it at, or possibly on Twitter. Did you say Ann took? No, Ann didn't take the computer tower. Ann took the computer monitor. Okay, so Troll just reminded me. There was a lady on Facebook who ran a Facebook group for the Idaho 4 murders. She is the one who released that video of them walking down the street, the three of them. Let's see. My writing is 10 times worse. It's just it. I don't know. It could be from the handcuffs. I don't know. But anyway, P Fox, the computer tower was taken by the police whenever they did the search warrant on his apartment. They're the ones that took the computer tower. Let's see. I don't think that their friend that walked with them to the grub truck had done anything wrong. I do think this guy in jail knows exactly. Now, Firefly, I will say to begin with, I kind of thought maybe Hoodie guy had something to do with it, and I was only basing that opinion off of the actual food truck video and the way that he stood back, didn't really talk to them. They didn't acknowledge him. They didn't act like they really wanted to be around him. When they got their food, they kind of like grabbed it and ran to the car, didn't say bye, thank you for walking us, give him a hug, anything like that. So I thought maybe there was something up there. But then whenever I saw the video of them walking, and they were all three walking together, they were all three talking, they were all three laughing. There wasn't any type of tension. It wasn't like the girls were walking ahead of him, like they were trying to hurry up and get away from him or anything like that. It looked like three normal friends walking down the street, going to grab something to eat. And so whenever I saw that video, it kind of changed my perspective of the Hoodie guy. And after that, I don't think he had anything to do with it. Didn't they? Jen, I know they did in Louisiana. I don't know if it's still like that and they just don't teach it cursive anymore or what. But uh, his handwriting, I don't know. But if y'all remember, his dad's handwriting was pretty bad too. Uh, do the Uber drivers in the states have cameras in the vehicles? I don't know. Jay Clark, where I'm from, we don't have Uber drivers. Let's see. When did they go? Tonka, they stopped doing that a couple of years ago. They stopped teaching cursive. Like, there's kids nowadays that can't even read in cursive. All right, I'm going to check real quick and just make sure I got the email. Okay. Jeff, I got it. I will check it though once I'm done with the live. Okay, my youngest son is a lefty. He has beautiful handwriting. Michelle, I'm left-handed too. Lefties have completely different handwriting than people right-handed. I believe. Have we seen Bryan write? Yes, there was a picture of him that somebody took when he looked like he was in a classroom, and I believe he was writing something with his right hand. See, some schools don't grade against spelling because Word has a spell checker. So son is 25. He didn't learn it, but my younger kids are learning cursive. Yeah, I don't know if they started back. I know, like I said, Louisiana. There for a while, they stopped. They stopped writing in cursive. Kids couldn't read in cursive. If you gave them anything that was handwritten, it had to be in print, or they couldn't read it. Let's see, I'm left-handed. Yeah, I mean, I can write. I can change my handwriting up, and I don't write like most left-handed people do. I don't. Some people that are left-handed, they write with their hand basically upside down, I guess you would say. And I don't write like it. I hold my pen like a right-handed person holds it. Hey Dee, how are you? Let's see. If true that the hoodie guy drove 6 hours to parents' home that night, I don't. That's a possibility, Dee, but I mean, we still haven't seen um proof of that either. I know that they were saying that he drove to his parents' cabin and then left the country and went to Africa. I do know that his family did do, I guess you could say, missionary work out in Africa for the local people there. They did all the medical stuff for people, I guess, in a village or town over there. They did do that. His brothers, they're twins. Uh, I know one of them is a doctor. I can't remember if the other one is or not. So I know that he's been there, but I haven't seen any proof that he left after that night and went to Africa. Let's see. As left-handers need to stick together. They used to beat us for that. Oh yeah, Jay Clark. Whenever I was in school, the teacher tried to tell me I was holding my paper wrong and all that because it's different. Tonka can. Oh wow, you can write with both hands. He's right-handed. I'm lefty and always notice if I see anyone else who is when writing. I hold my hand normal when writing. Yeah, a lot of people who are left-handed, they don't. They turn their whole entire hand. It's weird. Altered Soul, how are you? Jay Clark was who nuns. Okay, so let me go down to the next document. So this is a personal return of service. Washington State University versus Bryan Christopher Kohberger. It says I, Richard Skills, Sheriff of Latah State, that the above described documents were delivered to me for service on the 6th day of January 2023. I hereby certify that on the 6th day of January at 11 o'clock a.m., I, Lawrence Jan Tate, being duly authorized to serve the above described documents in the above entitled matter upon Brian Christo. Well, they didn't even put Christopher, they put Christo Kohberger, personally at the Latah County Jail. Says the defendant kept the papers to be reviewed by an attorney and stated that he would return them at a later date. Let's see the ones that you told. Oh, the ones that told. No, no, Jay Clark. No, they wasn't nuns. I went to a public school, but the teacher I had kept telling me that it was I was holding my paper wrong. On the laptop had answer. Let's see, just seeing. Okay. All right. Let's go down. So this is one of the redacted pages. There's several of these. Let's see. The consent to enter the apartment and retrieve Washington State University keys. This was January the 5th of 2023. And it says, I, Bryan Kohberger, authorized representatives from the Washington State University to enter my apartment located at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201 Pullman, for the purpose of repossessing two keys that are the property of WSU. Marissa, I don't know. I noticed that on that one document, it said January the 6th of 2022. And then whenever it got down a few lines under that, it had January the 6th of 2023. Okay, so um, that's where he would have had to sign it, no a witness sign it. Okay, let me see. This is all right. So this is going to be the amended non-dissemination order. So there is a balance between protecting the right to a fair trial for all the parties involved and the right to free expression as afforded under both the United States and Idaho Constitution. To preserve the right to a fair trial, some curtailment of the dissemination of information in this case is necessary and authorized under the law. Therefore, based upon the stipulation of the parties and with good cause, it is hereby ordered that the attorneys for any interested party in the case, including the prosecuting attorney, defense attorney, and any attorney representing a witness, victim, or victim's family, as well as the parties to the above entitled action, including but not limited to investigators, law enforcement personnel, and agents for the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning the case, except without additional comment. A quotation from a reference to the official public record of the case. The order specifically prohibits any statement which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of the public communication that relates to the following. So, evidence regarding the occurrence or transactions involved in the case, the character, credibility, reputation, or criminal record of a party, victim, or witness, or the identity of a witness or the expected testimony of a party, victim, or witness, the performance or results of any examination or test, or the refusal of failure or of a person to submit to an examination or test. Any opinion as to the merits of the case or the claims or defense of a party. Any information a lawyer knows or reasonably should know is likely to be inadmissible as evidence in trial, and that would, if disclosed, create a substantial risk of prejudicing an impartial trial. Any information reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial in this case afforded under the United States and the Idaho Constitution, such as it exists or contents of any confession, admission, or the statement given by the defendant. The possibility of a plea of guilt or any opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence. It is further ordered that no individual covered by this order shall avoid its prescriptions by action directly or indirectly, but deliberately, that the result in the violating this order. It is further ordered that this order, and with all the provisions herein, shall remain in full force and effect throughout the entirety of the case unless otherwise ordered by the court. That was done January the 18th of 2023. Hey, Vapor, how are you? Vapor, we're just going over, well, I went over when I first started. There was 3 documents that was released, 2 of them on the 4th and 1 on the 5th. One of them on the 4th was a supplemental request, or, well, it was a motion to compel because there's some stuff from the first and second request for discovery that the state still has not turned over to the defense. One of them was vacating the May 25th motion hearing, and it has been rescheduled for the 22nd. So, and also we will be able to live stream that. It's going to be done on Zoom. Megan Marshall actually canceled the Gonzalez's motion hearing and then rescheduled the Gonzalez's and the media because they all have to do with the gag order. So she says she wants to do them together. Altered Soul, have a good night. Okay, so that was signed by Megan Marshall. Let's see. This is just showing who it was sent to, which was Ann Taylor and William Thompson. Let's see. Okay. So this is a motion to transfer custody of items seized in an order. So comes now the Whitman County prosecutor and asks this court to order that the items seized under the authority of a search warrant in the matter be transferred to the custody of Idaho State Police Detective Jeffrey Talbot as soon as it can be reasonably accomplished. Now, this is what I was reading a minute ago. all the stuff, the gloves, like everything that they took out of his apartment. And then it had Don Daniels turning it over to Detective Talbot. Let's see, Scarlett. So many people will log in. I felt we better be in the waiting room early. If I can get in there, King Scarlet, and I can mute myself out. If I can't mute myself, I won't stream it because I'm not going to take a chance on any type of background noise. And then and then they not want, because that happened with Jarrett's. Somebody didn't mute themselves out, and it could be heard on the live stream. And then the judge got upset with it and didn't want it live stream anymore. Jeff H, thank you so much for that super chat. And it says, "Coffee's on me. I am enjoying your live stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was very nice of you." Let's see. Okay. All right. So the basis for this was the Assistant Chief Don Daniels of the WSU Police Department informs the prosecutor that all of the items seized. Hold on just a second. Okay. Okay, so I gotta figure out where I was at. So all of the items seized under the authority of the search warrant in this matter are potential evidence of the criminal activity described in the application for the search warrant in the matter. Which criminal conduct happened in the state of Idaho? The Washington Law Enforcement Agency assisted the Idaho law enforcement agencies who were and are investigating and prosecuting that matter. The items seized are not needed in Washington, but are needed in Idaho as part of the criminal investigation described in the application for the search warrant. So Dennis Tracy, Whitman County prosecutor, is the one that signed that on January the 3rd. Okay. And then it also says, it is hereby ordered that the WSU Police Department shall transfer all the items seized under the authority of the search warrant in the matter to the Idaho State Police Detective Jeffrey Talbot as soon as reasonably accomplished. All right. This was an authorization granting permission to enter the residence and or private property. Let's see, his signature on this one is, it's different. It's straight. So it says, I, Bryan C. Kohberger, by this release, authorize and request that Ann C. Taylor, public defender, J. Logsden, deputy public defender, and the office of the public defender of Kootenai County, or their representatives, to make entry into my apartment located at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, in Pullman, for the purpose of collecting any personal remaining and hold harmless of any claim arising from completing said task. I specifically authorize any personal property remaining at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201 in Pullman, to be taken from the apartment by Ann Taylor, J. Logsden, Michael McCarthy, and Jennifer Genquine. So Bryan Kohberger, date of birth 11/21/94. This authorization is made for the purpose of my legal representation by Ann Taylor and J. Logsden. I hereby release you and your agents in the individual and professional capacity in any and all liability arising within the limitations of the release form. So that's where he gives them permission. I'm assuming that's going to be January the 19th of 2023. That's when he signed it. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm looking to see how long these are before I get started on them, on each one of them. All right, so let's see. This is the return of the search warrant, and that's Don Daniels' signature on there. See, Bryan committed crime allegedly 8 days after his birthday. Yeah, yeah. Crime Solvers. It's hold on. Let me go back up. Yeah, November the 21st of '94. Because if y'all remember, the murders were committed on November the 13th. On the 18th is when he went and did his registration for his car because it had to be done before his birthday. It ran out on his birthday. So he did that on the 18th, which was 5 days after the murders. Then he had his birthday. Uh, and then he went to the doctor at some point in there too. I forgot what the birthday the date of the doctor visit was. Jay Clark, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. So he was doing a lot right there. I mean, he literally. Hey, hot mess summer, how are you? Um, he just went on about his life. He went back to school. He finished out the semester. He goes to the doctors. He goes to the DMV. Uh, celebrates his birthday. Celebrates Thanksgiving. Goes back home and celebrates Christmas. Miss New Year's with his family. But yeah, he did K-Brass. He went back and finished out the semester. Was back in class with students. Like the students even said that they never noticed any type of injuries, scratches, marks, nothing like that. I mean, he went on about his business like it, if he did do this, like there wasn't nothing to it. Kind of like how we saw Letitia sitting in court and she was laughing and giggling and doing all this and that and had no care in the world. That's what he did. All right, so this is just where she signed that, and then this is all the items from the residence and currently stored at the WSU PD. And that is just the glove, the Walmart receipt, Marshall's receipts, the dust container from the vacuum, the 8 possible hair strands, fire stick, possible animal hair, uh, 4 more possible hair strands, the computer tower, the red spot, which they collected without testing. I believe that one came off of the um, the pillow, the uncased pillow. Uh, then 2 cuttings for no, there's the 2 cuttings from the uncased pillow, reddish brown stain, and then the 2 top and bottom mattress cover pack. They were packed separately. So all of that was what we had just went over in the other pages. Okay, let's see. Oh well, this one's going to be a little bit long. Okay, let me be able to get through those. So you got to remember the defense has filed motion to compel discovery that includes police body cam. Yeah, the body cam reports, uh, DNA. They want the reports off of about his car, all that. Okay. All right. So this is the application for the search warrant. So I, Don Daniels, Assistant Chief of WSU Police Department, declare that I have personal knowledge of the matter herein, and I am relying on the witness statements, information provided by my fellow officers, including fellow officers from the state of Idaho, reports and other material that I have gathered in my investigation, and that I am competent to testify to the matters stated herein. On the basis of the following, I believe that there are probable cause that Bryan Kohberger has committed the crimes of murder in the first degree, Idaho Code 18, 4001, 4002, 4003, 4, and burglary 18, 1401, and 1403 in Moscow, Idaho, that include and that evidence of those crimes is located in, on, at, or about the following described premises, vehicle, or person. So the office inside the Wilson Short Hall at the WSU Pullman Washington campus, the address of the Short Hall, Wilson Short Hall is 1475 Glen Terrell Mall in Pullman. Okay, so the Wilson Short Hall, so they're basically giving a description of the building for the warrants. Let's see. So the affiant, I am a police officer at Washington State University Police Department, have been employed since July. So she's been there since 98. She attended successfully completed the 440-hour Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission's Basic Law Enforcement Academy. While at the academy, I completed courses in criminal law, criminal procedures, and other investigative courses. And since the academy, I've continued my education in various law enforcement related fields, including officer involved shooting, evidence collection, and threat assessment. And I have invested and assisted in the service for over 50 search warrants. Excuse me. All right. And I will say real quick, because I'm only going to be on here probably another hour, because I'm going to do the Lori stuff after this. If I don't get through all 166 pages of this, which I probably won't tonight, I can finish it up tomorrow night. Okay, so the investigation says that I was contacted by Moscow police officers and asked to assist their investigation into the recent murder of 4 people in Moscow, Idaho. Sergeant Blaker of the Moscow Police Department has developed probable cause to believe that a resident of Whitman County, Bryan Kohberger, committed the murders and burglary. I agree with Sergeant Blaker's statement that there is probable cause to believe that Kohberger committed the murders and burglary, and that there is probable cause to believe that evidence of those crimes will be located in Kohberger's campus office at office number 12 in the Wilson Short Hall on the WSU campus in Pullman. I am seeking the search warrant to search that office. The probable cause is described in detail and attached Exhibit A, sworn statement of Sergeant Blaker, which is hereby incorporated herein by this reference, just as if fully set forth here, which is what they had redacted in this whole set of court documents. So it says, based on all the foregoing information, I believe that the evidence of the above listed crimes existed at the above described location, and that there is probable cause to search that location for evidence of the above listed crimes, including. So they wanted all images, whether digital or on paper or any format, which showed Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. They redacted the other 2. More than likely, it's going to be probably Dylan and Bethany. All right, so and or the house at 1122 King Road in Moscow or the surrounding neighborhood. Data compilations, whether digital, electronic, or paper or other formats showing interest in or planning of murder, violent assault, stabbing, and or cutting of people. Let's see, they're showing any type of details of the 1122 King Road house, its location, any information, and same people, Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. The other 2 have been redacted. Let's see. So they're wanting it with Bryan Kohberger or with the cell phone number, which more than likely is going to be his number. RVing, have a good night, and thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. So on November the 13th, including Wi-Fi logs, data or metadata associated with a photo, social media post, application on the cell phone or computer tower, laptops or tablets. So as an example, but not intended to be an exclusive list of data compilations being sought, but ledgers, papers, lists, books, notes, letters, calendars, address books, contact lists, so forth and so on. Electronic or digital devices or digital storage devices. Let's see. Excuse me. Evidence of other accounts associated with the device, including email addresses, social media, messaging app accounts, photographs, images, videos, documents, and related data created. Evidence of use of the device to conduct internet searches relating to the review of other murders or violent assaults, stabbings, and or cutting of people. Let's see, information that could be used to calculate the position of a device between the above dates, including the location data, GPS satellite data, and the GPS coordinates. Evidence of the identity of the person in possession of the device. Also, passwords, phrases, codes, patterns, fingerprints. Let's see, the indica of residence in or ownership or possession of any premises, of the premises, and any of the above items, including mail receipts, identifications, bills, rental agreements. So, in addition, I am asking the court to authorize in the service of the search warrant the use of assistance from any law enforcement agencies from the state of Idaho or the federal government or any technical specialists associated with or employed by or contracted with such law enforcement agencies, including but not limited to the Moscow Police Department, ISP, FBI, or the Idaho State Police Forensic Services. So I'm also asking for authorization of assistance from a technical specialist to review any digital devices and media for the best and least intrusive method of securing the digital evidence that the warrant authorizes for seizure. So I have been informed by Detective J.R. Talbot of the ISP that November the 13th, the sheath was recovered at the King Road residence under or next to the body of Madison Mogan. Okay, so they're saying under or next to. I thought it said that it was laying on the right side of Maddie's body. So the Idaho State Crime Lab obtained a male DNA profile, the suspect's profile, from the sheath. This is also referred to in Sergeant Blaker's sworn statement in Exhibit A. On December the 27th of 2022, law enforcement agents and officers in Pennsylvania recovered trash that originated from the Kohberger family residence. The trash was sent to the Idaho State Crime Lab for testing. On December the 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile was obtained from the trash and it was compared to the suspect DNA profile. The lab personnel concluded that the source of the trash DNA profile was a male and was not being excluded as the biological father of the source of the suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological father of the source of the suspect profile. So, if the Idaho State Crime Lab is the one that found the DNA on the sheath and they compared it to the DNA that was found on the trash, why is it being said by the Howard Blum dude that the lab in Idaho didn't find anything, so they had to send it to the lab in Texas? And he also said that the lab in Texas is the one that found the DNA on the sheet. So this information is being provided to the court pursuant to my duty and obligation to be fully candid with the court. I do not believe that this information is exculpatory for the suspect. However, if the court believes that it is exculpatory, then the court should consider the supplemental disclosure in its evaluation of the existence of probable cause or lack thereof. But I am specifically asking the court to not consider the supplemental disclosure as evidence supporting the existence of the probable cause. The reason for this request is that if the DNA test results are held inadmissible at some points, such a ruling would not impact the finding of the probable cause for this warrant, so long as the court is satisfied as to the probable cause regardless of the DNA test results. And I do certify under the penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that the foregoing is true and correct. It was signed the 29th day of December 2022, and it is Don Daniels who had signed it. And then also Gary Libby, the district court judge, also signed it there. Okay, let's see, what is this? Okay, so this is going to be the search warrant for the office. Okay, this is the one that I just read. It's going to be the same thing. The only difference is, hold on one second, y'all. Okay, so it's saying on this one that upon the sworn complaint made before me, there is probable cause to believe that the crimes of murder in the first degree and burglary per the Idaho Code has been committed in Idaho, and that the evidence of those crimes or contraband, the fruits of crime, or things otherwise criminally possessed, or weapons or other things by means of which a crime has been committed or reasonably appear to be about to be committed is concealed in or on certain premises. So in making this determination, the court did not consider the information in the supplemental disclosure, the DNA test, as evidence supporting the existence of a probable cause. This court also does not consider the information in that supplemental disclosure to be exculpatory. So it says you are commanded to search within 10 days of this date the premises described as follows: the office inside the Wilson Short Hall, which is Bryan's office there on campus. So it says the office is to be searched is number 12. Number 12 is a student office shared by Kohberger and two fellow WSU students, and it has their names. It is on the ground floor and has the number 12 on the placard next to the door. Has the three names on a piece of paper taped to the door, one of which is Bryan Kohberger. Seize, if located, evidence of the above listed crimes, including, and all of these are going to be the same things that I just read, having to do with the kids, or 1122 King Road, Dylan and Bethany, or the neighborhood. So I'm not going to read all of those again because everything's the same. Okay, let me just go through this. Once again, the Superior Court Judge, Gary Libby, has signed it. All right, so this is the clerk's action required. I believe this is the one that I read earlier. Let's see. This matter having come on of hearing upon the motion of the state of Washington, and or the court having considered said motion, the files and the records herein, and the affidavit of Don Daniels, and having entered findings of facts and conclusions of law therefrom, now therefore. It is ordered that the clerk of this court shall seal the warrant, application for the warrant, inventory return, and the declaration in support of the motion to seal the documents until March the 1st of 2023 or until earlier order of this court. So it is further ordered that 1, this order, and 2, the findings and the conclusions on the motion to seal documents are exempt from the sealing requirements and shall be available for public inspection and copying. That was signed on the 30th of December as well. Okay, this is going to be the same thing. All the same as the clerk's actions required December the 30th of 2023. This is a, I have to zoom out of this where y'all can see it. But this is his, this is the layout of the apartments. And what for whatever reason they put that in there, I guess, and included it with the search warrants and all that. All right. Okay. And it actually did all of the floors. Let's see. Genealogy DNA is a new technology used in cold cases. It will be up to the court to decide if it's admissible and if the proper protocols were followed. Okay. Okay, wait. What is this? So this is a motion to order and unseal the warrant return. So comes now the state of Washington by and through Dennis Tracy, the Whitman County prosecuting attorney, and moves the court for an order to unseal the return of the search warrant of return of service of the search warrant numbered SW number 1229 2022A pursuant to the GR 15. The basis of this, so these warrants were issued and served in Washington State because of a suspect in the crimes reside and worked here during the time of the murders. The warrants and associated applications were sealed due to the sensitive nature of the investigation at that time. Since then, the extensive probable cause affidavit has been unsealed in Latah County, Idaho, which has alleviated the need for sealing of the return of the service here in Washington. So that was signed January the 17th. Let's see. This is a motion in order for the original search warrant and search warrant application to remain sealed, but a redacted version be provided for public release. And this is basically the same thing. Let me see how long this one. Okay, so we can get through this one pretty quick too. So it says, comes now the state of Washington by and through Dennis Tracy, the Whitman County prosecuting attorney, and moves the court for an order to keep sealed the search warrant and the search warrant application, numbered SW number 1229 2022A, but to allow the state to file a redacted version which replaces the victim witnesses' names with initials pursuant to the GR 15. Jay Clark, you're very welcome. So the basis of this is the Washington State Constitution recognizes that victims of crimes have rights and states that effective law enforcement depends on cooperation from the victims of the crime. The Washington Constitution, Article 135, the Washington State Legislature has recognized that there is a severe and detrimental impact on crime victims, survivors of victims, and the witnesses of crimes, and yet there is the civic and moral duty of the victims, survivors of the victims, and the witnesses of the crimes to fully and voluntarily cooperate with law enforcement and the prosecutorial agencies. In a criminal proceeding, the law requires that a reasonable effort is made to ensure that the victims, survivors of victims, and the witnesses of crimes have the right to receive protection from harm and threat of harm arising out of the cooperation with law enforcement and the prosecution efforts. So the Washington courts have long acknowledged that a victim's initials can be substituted for their name, which is what we've seen in the PCA, how they changed Dylan and Bethany's from their first and last name to their initials. Hey Cherokee Raider, how are you? So the basis for the motion is that there are two surviving victims, witnesses of a now notorious and much publicized murder burglary in Moscow, Idaho, whose full names are listed in the search warrant and the search warrant application. These warrants were issued and served in Washington state because the suspect in the crimes resided and worked here during the time of the murders. The warrants and associated applications were sealed due to the sensitive nature of the investigation at that time. Since then, an extensive probable cause affidavit has been unsealed in Latah County, Idaho, which has alleviated much of the need for the sealing here in Washington. But the documents filed in Latah County have not disclosed the surviving victims' names, only their initials. These victims should have a level of protection that can be provided by having their initials substituted for their full name in the search warrants and the search warrant applications, which become publicly available from this court. Michelle, have a good night. So the state is asking the court to consider the usual factor of one, showing of the need of sealing of the records, and where that need is based on the right other than the accused's right to a fair trial, a serious and imminent threat to that right. Anyone present when motion is made must be given an opportunity to object to the closure. The proposed method of curtailing open access must be at least restrictive means available for protecting the threatened interests. And 4 says the court must weigh the competing interests of the proponent of closure and the public. And 5, the order must be no broader in its application or duration than necessary to serve its purpose. So the state contends that the need to protect the victim's identification is important to their safety, health, and well-being of that victim's and witnesses' rights should be protected vigorously, just as the legislature and the state's founders intended. The proposed method is to file a complete search warrant and the application for the warrant with only the surviving victims' names redacted and replaced with initials. This is a very minor closure of a court document in order to protect a very important victim interest. Finally, the order will be no broader in application and necessary to serve its purpose, and the public will still have the pertinent information at its disposal in order to understand the proceedings of the court. And if y'all remember, when this first came out, they said that they was gonna seal it because it was a danger to people, and a lot of people didn't understand. Um, like who it was talking about. It was saying that it could, put people in harm's way. Well, that's what it was. It was they were trying to protect Dylan and Bethany. 100 pages. I'm only on page 61, white little baby. Hey, Julie. And Julie, I'm just going over the court document, so it's like 166 pages. I'm probably not going to get finished with it tonight. So whatever I don't finish tonight, I will finish up tomorrow night. Okay. All right, so this is going to be the probable cause, I believe. Nope, this is a search warrant. Ow. Close enough. Yeah, I'm only on page 62. So this was the search warrant. I'm trying to think if we have done went over this because this one is like super long. Okay, so this first page we read, that was what I read a minute ago, saying that they are commanded to search within 10 days. Let's see. Yes, we have made it the end. And Jeff, that is true. Kaylee was into true crime. Okay, so this is going to be the search warrant for the apartment. The other one that we did was uh, for Bryan's office. But it's going to say the same thing. It's given a description of the apartment, what it looks like on the outside, the building, and all that. They always do that in a search warrant. So they know that they have the right building, house, whatever it is that they're going to serve the warrant on. Tells what the door looks like, all that. Let's see. Number 2 here says seize if located evidence of the above listed crimes, including blood or other bodily fluid or human tissue or skin cells. Other or items with blood or other bodily fluid or human tissue or skin cells on the items. Knives, sheaths, or other sharp tools, including any dagger, dirk, or sword, or any written indicia of ownership of same, including sales receipts. So they're saying, and we're going to have to remember if there's anything else about sales receipts anywhere else in this. Jeff, have a good night. Um, but the two receipts that they took, the Walmart one and the Marshalls, I wonder if it was for knives, sheaths, or other sharp tools, including any dagger, dirk, or sword, or any written indicia of ownership or of same, including sales receipts. So if they don't say anything about taking any other type of sales receipts, then that's more than likely what's going to be on it. On the 2 or 3 that they took, there was 2 Marshalls and then the Walmart one. So any images, whether digital or on paper, any other format, would show Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, or Maddie, BF or DM. Clothing, including but not limited to dark shirts, pants, masks, shoes with diamond pattern sole. And they took out like how many? Do y'all remember how many pairs of shoes that y'all saw them bringing out of his apartment? So trace evidence, including DNA from blood, skin cells, or other source, footprints, fingerprints, hair, whether human or animal or dog, which we know that they got that. So data compilations, whether digital, electronic, or on paper or other format, showing the interest in planning of murder, violent assault, stabbing, and or cutting of people. That's what I think it was too, White Widow Baby. It seems like, or I remember them bringing out a bag full of shoes from somewhere. I think it was from his apartment. All right, so any data compilation showing details of the 1122 King Road house, its location, any information, once again, on Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, Dylan, or Bethany, or anything with regarding them with that phone number of Bryan's. Clear plastic bag filled with shoes, yes. So any electronic or digital devices, digital storage devices, CDs, DVDs, thumb drives, anything like that. They're wanting evidence of other accounts associated with the device, including email addresses, social media, messaging apps, evidence of use of the device in to conduct internet searches relating to a review of other murders or violent assaults or stabbings and or cutting of people. Information that could be used to calculate the position of the device between the above dates, including location data, GPS satellite data, GPS coordinates for routes and destinations, evidence of the identity of the person in possession of the device on or about any times that the items of evidentiary value located pursuant to the warrant. Also, passwords, phrases, codes, patterns, fingerprints, indica of residence in or ownership of possession of the premises in any of the above items, including mail receipts, identification bills, rentals agreements. Basically, everything that they had for his on the search warrant for his office. Only difference was the items that they were looking for was a little bit different. And I didn't see anything else about taking receipts with certain things on it, except for the knives, the sheaths, swords, all that. So those 3 receipts that they took must have had something to do with a knife or something like that on there. Okay, so there is the application for the search warrant. It's going to be by Don Daniels, basically the same thing as it was for the application for the search warrant for the office. It is evidence of the crime is what she's got checked here, and then also weapons or other things by means of which a crime has been committed or reasonably appears about to be committed. I don't think the second one was checked on the office uh, application, but everything else is the same. They're talking about Sergeant Blaker with Moscow PD. Uh, Instead of them redacting Bethany and Dylan's name, they just included their initials in this one. Where the other one, their names were redacted. Okay, so all of this is going to be the same as the other. Let's see, what does this say? So, supplemental disclosure regarding the DNA test. I have been informed by Detective J.R. Talbot of the Idaho State Police that on November the 13th, okay, so the sheath was recovered next to, under or next to the body of Madison Mogan. Okay, so yeah, we read that too. And it includes Sergeant Blaker's sworn statement, which was Exhibit A. Okay, so it's talking about where they were out in Pennsylvania. So all that's the same as well as what it was on the office. Okay, so this is Exhibit A. So this is a statement. Let me see how long this is. I believe we have done. Hold on. Oh Lord, I done lost my spot, y'all. Okay, so we've done went over Dustin Blaker's thing. Wasn't that one of the documents that we went over? It's basically a PCA or his sworn statement. Okay, I thought we did White Widow Baby. There's so much of these documents, or so many of these documents that have the same information in them. It's hard to keep up with them. Okay. I don't think there's anything different. Okay. Wait, what? Because this is basically the same thing as what the PCA says. Okay. This is exactly what you call it PCA says. So we're gonna scroll down past this since there's all the maps that they've included. We've read it like 10 million times. Okay. All right. Okay. So now we're up to page 104. Let's see. They have to give the defense time to go over everything. Well, Jay Clark, that's the reason why the defense wants all this stuff as soon as they can get it. So they have enough time to go over everything. And then, just like Lori Vallow's case, whenever they send information or evidence to them late, then the defense attorney comes in and says, well, this is a death penalty case. We didn't have time to prepare for the death penalty part of it because we didn't have all of the evidence. So we can't do anything. Like, we can't build our defense up because we're getting evidence late and not in a timely manner. So take the death penalty off the table. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen in this case. So this is a motion in order for the original search warrant and search warrant application to remain sealed, but a redacted version be provided for the public release. And this is just where they change Bethany and Dylan's name to BF and DM. Jay Clark, whenever he goes next month in June, it'll be June 26th to 30th. It'll be a preliminary where the state will present evidence. The judge will then determine if there's enough evidence to support a trial, and if it is, then a trial will be scheduled. But at that time, he will also enter a plea of guilty or not guilty because he still hasn't done that. Okay, so we done went over this motion to order to unseal the warrant return, which we got to see the warrant return. It's everything, the receipts and everything that they had, um, that they took out of his apartment. Let me see if I read this one. All right, so this one just says comes now the state of Washington by and through Dennis Tracy, Whitman County prosecuting attorney, and moves the court for an order to unseal the return of service of search warrant number 1229-2022B pursuant to GR 15. The warrants were issued and served in Washington State because the suspect in the crimes resided and worked here during the time of the murders. The warrants and associated applications were sealed due to the sensitive nature of the investigation at that time. Since then, an extensive probable cause affidavit has been unsealed in Latah County, Idaho, which has alleviated the need for sealing the return of the service here in Washington. And then Dennis Tracy signs it. So we've done seen that. This is just the redacted search warrant where they then have BF and DM in it. This is application for the search warrant, which was redacted. And that is where they took the black spots out and put BF and DM in those. All of the rest of it is the same. I'm not going to read it over. Let's see, this is Dustin Blaker's statement, which is the PCA once again. Which is the same thing that the PCA from Idaho, of Payne's PCA. So we, like I said, went through it like 1,000 times. Hey, Delene, how are you? All right, so this is Washington State University Police Department Officer Report for Incidents. Let's see, John Daniels is the one who done this on December the 30th. They are assisting an outside agency for a search warrant. Okay, so I was seeing that was going to be for his house or his apartment. Okay, so this is a narrative. Whose is this? Okay, so this is going to be Don Daniels' narrative. I'm going to read it real quick. Okay, so it says on December the 29th of 2022, our department... Hold on, I got to zoom in. I can't see it. Okay, so our department was advised that Prosecutor Dennis Tracy would be writing a warrant for our department to serve regarding the Moscow PD homicide investigation. I was provided copies of the warrant and the application for the warrant to review, as well as the statement from the Sergeant Dustin Blaker of the Moscow PD transferring the probable cause to me. I read all of the documents, and after reading, understanding, and agreeing with them, I signed a copy of the application for the search warrant and sent it to PA Tracy to put before the Superior Court Judge Gary Levy. At approximately 21:28 hours, I was notified that the warrant had been signed by Judge Levy for the residence of the suspect located at the Steptoe Apartments G201 and for the office located at the Wilson Short Hall, room 12. At approximately 22:38 hours, I was advised by Sergeant Blaker the suspect, Bryan Kohberger, had been taken into custody in Pennsylvania. I was advised that there was a team coming from Idaho to sit in on the two locations in Pullman, Washington, until we served the search warrants. I was told that the warrants would be served the next morning on December the 30th, 2022, at approximately 700 hours. When the team from Idaho arrived for the office space, I let them into the Wilson Short Hall and where they would stay to watch the room. The two who I led into the hallway near the office were Detective Snell and Detective Lehman of the Idaho State Patrol. They advised a team was already set up near the apartment to watch the residents. So on December the 30th at approximately 6:50 hours, WSU Police Sergeant Kelly Stewart, Officers Joe Krishner and Dylan Tiedemann Mueller, and I met at the Steptoe apartment parking lot and waited for MPD to arrive. When they arrived, we briefed the officers on how we would make entry into the apartment and clear it. At approximately 07:14 hours, I put us on emergency radio traffic and we proceeded to the landing outside the apartment door. After donning foot covers and gloves, we turned on our body cameras and knocked and announced on the door of G201. After knocking and announcing 3 times, we keyed into the residence. We held at the door and did another announcement before entering the residence, which is basically what we heard on the body cam footage that was put out by News Nation and all them. So it says that we cleared each of the rooms of the residence and we all exited the residence, leaving the front door ajar. During our entry, the bedroom in the northwest corner of the was found to be locked and we had to key into the room. I know based on my experience that WSU housing often secures any rooms in an apartment not being leased. In this apartment, there are 2 bedrooms and only one subject on the lease. It is for this reason I believe that there was no one residing in the room and it had not been accessed by the resident of the apartment. I also observed the room appeared to have been vacuumed, cleaned, and not occupied. I advised the crime scene techs of this after we exited the apartment, which we heard that on the body cam footage as well. Because there was some people who were running with the fact that Bryan's bedroom was locked when it wasn't. It was actually the other bedroom. All right, so it says that we also noticed while clearing the apartment, it was sparsely furnished and fairly empty of belongings, including no shower curtain in the bathroom, and the trash cans appeared empty. So they must have thought it was suspicious that there was no shower curtain either. So after exiting the apartment, I stayed near the front door, observing while the Idaho crime scene techs took over documenting the building. When they were ready, I made entry with the team who did the video documentation of the residence. I read the search warrant out loud on my body camera, which was later downloaded to digital evidence. Once they were done filming, we stepped outside of the residence so that the residence could be photographed and documented. All crime scene logs, photographs, filming, and collection was done by the Idaho crime scene technicians. I remained on scene with them during this process, observing. So at approximately 14:08, the crime scene techs and I took a break. Everyone exited the residence, and Officer Aaron Lang was left guarding the front door. During that time that we were gone, no one entered the residence. We resumed the search when we finished our break. While searching in the apartment, we found a round padlock in the entryway closet, which I recognized as being used for storage facilities. A key for the lock was also located on the TV stand in the living room underneath the keys that appeared to be for Kohberger's office. I had Officer Krishner contact the apartment coordinator to see if the residents of Steptoe Apartments had storage closets assigned to them. So he stated that they did, and I had Sergeant Petlovy see if there was a closet assigned to G201. He went to Building F where the closets are located and stated that there was a closet for G201 on the door, and the door to the closet was ajar. He stated that the closet appeared to be empty. Based on this information, I contacted Judge Levy and applied to have the search warrant amended to include the search of the storage closet to search for possible trace evidence and possible DNA evidence. The amendment was granted at approximately 16:13. The amendment was done telephonically and recorded on my body cam, which was later downloaded to the digital evidence. When the search of the apartment was complete, we went to the storage closet. There were cobwebs going into the storage closet, and the floor was dusty. It did not appear that the closet had been used recently, and nothing was seized or collected from the closet. I left a copy of the amended warrant for the resident and the search closet, along with a log of items seized from the apartment on the couch. A photograph of this was taken and later downloaded to digital evidence. At approximately 1932, we exited the apartment, secured the residence, and cleared the scene. I transported all the items seized to WSU Police Department, where it was stored in the evidence locker 35. All of the items remained stored in locker 35 until they were transferred to the Idaho State Police. And after a short break at the station, we proceeded to the Wilson Short Room, number 12, knocked and announced outside the door several times. I then keyed into the room, made sure that there was no one inside. The warrant was read, and it was documented that the room appeared to be fairly empty except for items on one desk, which was labeled as belonging to one of the office mates. The desk design designated as Kohberger's, was a drawing of the room on a whiteboard above the desk was empty. When we were finished documenting the room, I secured the door and we cleared. Nothing was seized from the office. So they didn't get anything from the office or the storage locker, just his apartment. I later realized that did not leave a copy of what samples were collected from the apartment with the warrant and the log of the items seized. I later returned to the apartment and attempted to slide an amended log under the door, but the door was sealed too tight to allow the envelope to pass through. I also advised the PA of the issue. On 12/31/2022, I prepared the return of the service of the search warrant for both the office and the residence. The returns were provided to PA Tracy, who will present them to Judge Levy on January 3rd of 2023. An order to seal all of the documents was also presented to Judge Levy and was granted. I certify and declare under the penalty of perjury under the law of the state of Washington that the foregoing is true and correct, and that was dated the January the 13th of 2023 in Pullman. Okay, so this is the one that I read to y'all earlier where she met with Bryan's attorney. And let's see, what is this? Oh, this is where she went to get the 2 keys, or Ann Taylor did. She got the 2 keys, also was given the amended photographs of the apartment that she tried to, or not the amended photographs, but the where she had to go back and try to stick them under the door, and she couldn't. Let's see, what else was this? This is also where they removed a receipt from the bathroom. Whatever was on that receipt, Ann Taylor took it. Okay, so this is where Ann Taylor goes back and gets Bryan's personal belongings. Was it the TV? Let's see, where was it? So they removed the flat screen TV, a computer monitor, a small box with miscellaneous papers and receipts, a laundry basket with full of books, and a medium-sized box that she couldn't see the contents of. So apparently there was other receipts in that house. They only wanted receipts showing where knives, sheets, swords, and all that had been taken. And they took 3 receipts out of that house. Okay, so this is going to be the officer report for incident. This is also going to be for the let's see, civil process. I'm trying to see what this says because the other one said it was a search warrant. Okay, it doesn't say. It just says that they had served it to Bryan Christopher Kohberger. Okay, so that was where they served him. Let's see, papers were sent to the jail in Pennsylvania and served to Kohberger by Officer J. Garcia on 12/31/2022 at approximately 12:16 at the Monroe County Jail. Okay. They redacted his driver's license information. Washington State University Police Department service worksheet. And it just shows that the papers were served at the jail and signed. Papers sent back to Chief Jenkins. So they were served to Bryan. Bryan had to, I guess, sign them and send them back. Okay, so This is to Bryan from WSU. All right, so they are basically informing him that you have been trespassed from all the areas of WSU campuses, all the buildings, sidewalks, breezeways, courtyards, access roads, parking lots, or any other WSU campus property. It's effective immediately and will continue until pending student conduct charges have been resolved and you have been given permission in writing to return to the campus. So this means that your privilege to be on or in the areas listed above has been revoked or denied by the WSU. If you are found in the areas listed above in violation, or at the conclusion of the investigation it is determined that you were actually in or on the areas listed above in the violation, you may be subject to arrest and prosecution for criminal trespass. If you have a legitimate business need with WSU, you must be escorted by an official with the WSU, and arrangements for such escort must be made prior to you entering the area listed above. This means that you must make arrangements with the WSU police before coming on the campus for any reason. And that was Chief of Police WSU Gary Jenkins. So he's not even, Bryan Kohberger is not even allowed nowhere on the WSU campus. Okay, last two pages are redacted after this. Okay. Well, Bryan did sign it. Why does he write his R's backwards? KOHB. Okay. In his first name, he writes his R right, and in his last name, he writes his R's backwards. The date on this Tonka was, let's see, Bryan signed it. Okay, so it was dated December the 30th of 2022, and then Bryan signed it on December the 31st. So that's what they sent out to Pennsylvania. And he signed it, and then they sent it back to Chief Jenkins. Let's see, because he doesn't know how to write in cursive. But here, I'm going to zoom in. This is weird. Look at his last name. He wrote his R's backwards. But in his first name, his R's are right. That is so weird. So the day before he was arrested, he was, no, Tonka, it was served the day that he was arrested. He was arrested at 1:30 on December the 30th. They sent it to him that day on the 30th. He signed it on the December the 31st. So he signed it the day after he was arrested. All right, and then these are the two pages that are redacted. So that is all 166 pages, y'all. I didn't think I was going to get through it tonight, but I got through it with 20 minutes to spare. Thank you, White Widow Baby. Let's see. Crime Solver, you're very welcome. Daylight, you're welcome. Thank you, Tonka. Mom Bear, I hope you're joking, right? Thank you, Angie. Yeah, that was a lot of reading, y'all. That was, which I didn't read all 166 pages. Some of them were duplicate copies, some of them were redacted, uh, and then the other three that I went over. So wasn't too bad. Okay, now let me get this off the screen. So I can get my, I need to get my chat pulled back up here so I can get caught up. See, if you're playing poker, do you turn your hand over immediately? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but let me get my other thing pulled back up here now. A daylight, what are you worried about? About just the case in general? What the heck? Okay. I don't know. This case is it's got some weirdness going on with it, that's for sure. It's just too much of at one time it's this, it's a certain way, and then at another time it's a different way, and yeah, that's another thing. Which is it? Is it under or next to? Because they were saying in the PCA, and the PCA Blakers and Paynes is basically word for word says that it was found next to Maddie Mogan's body. But then you got this other one saying under or beside. Julie, there was some probable causes in there. There was a couple. There was a search warrant and a search warrant application for Bryan's office, a search warrant and search warrant application for his apartment, and then there was like a few other different court documents. But everything was out of Washington from Pullman and all that. It's just I don't like how they say one thing at one time and then they change it to be something else at another time. I mean, if it was found beside of her, then keep that consistent. Because whenever you go to putting under her or beside of her or changing the wording up on it, people run with that. Let's see the defense. Yes, the defense is on its third supplemental discovery request. They still haven't gotten everything out of the first and second request, which is crazy because the first request was done February the 3rd, so a little over a month after Bryan was arrested. And they were wanting stuff from all the stuff from Pennsylvania, and they still haven't got nothing back on his car, the DNA stuff from his parents' house, or from the trash can. Let's see. Julie says, "Do you think that they'll do a grand jury?" I don't think so. I think they're going to stick with the prelim. But I mean, it could change at any time. I guess. I mean, whenever they had a subpoena for Bethany, they were wanting her to be there on uh, June the 28th. And by me reading that, that makes me think that there's no grand jury. They're going to stick with the prelim, and it hasn't been pushed back or dates changed or anything. Tonka, that is true. There is so many inconsistencies, so many of it being this and then it changing. Don't get me wrong. There could be like, and I even said this earlier, people can, in the very beginning, they could have thought, okay, this is a guy. There's no getting around it. He's the one who done it. You can look at the guy and tell that he did it. Uh, listening to friends and how he talks, and or how people talk about him and stuff like that. But it seemed, as time has went on and we're learning new stuff and all these different things are coming out, some people are changing their minds and saying that they're not sure if this is the right guy, or they're not sure that they have enough evidence. But whenever you say from the jump that so and so was asleep on the first floor and they slept through the whole thing, and then you change it, that very well could have been because they were trying to protect them, meaning Dylan and Bethany. I get where it could have been that, but there's just too many other inconsistencies. There's the whole car thing. Truth Finder, yes, I'm gonna be starting it probably. Matter of fact, I need to, while I'm talking, I need to schedule it. So if y'all can give me just a second. It probably, Truth Finder, I mean, it makes sense that that's uh, what they were wanting to do was to keep them safe. But you've got other inconsistencies though. You've got the house. I mean, no, I'm sorry, not the house. The car. Um, they come out saying that it was a 2000, was it 2011 to 2013, and then without them just coming out and saying, okay, well, we had the wrong year. They just come out and said, oh, well, we're looking all the way up to a 2016. Okay, let me find out what day. I think we're on day 19 of Lori Vallow. Okay. So I don't know. It's just there's a lot of different things. Once again, the wording. Was the sheep beside of Maddie, or was it under her? And some people may think, well, that's not. What does it matter if it was under her or beside of her? But the thing is, though, if it's under her, then how could the officer see it from the door? And if it was under her, why say that you could see it from the door and that it was on the right side of her? Okay. Let's see. Okay, you have two very smart people with perfect communication, Kohberger and his attorney. On the prosecution side, you have hundreds of people all running in different directions and not communicating well. Daylight, yeah. Just, I mean, look at Chief Fry and the DA. One saying that there's no threat, the other's coming back and saying, yeah, there is a threat. One saying it was a target attack, the other one saying it's not. But in their press releases, they said, like early on, that it was, they believed that based on evidence, it was a targeted attack. Okay. So there's just, I don't know, there's too much going on with this case. Honestly. Okay, let's see. Got about 10 minutes. I'm scheduling this thing real quick, y'all, so that way. I'll go ahead and have that done for everybody who wants to go over there and watch that. Okay, wait, let me see. Okay, so you have two very. Okay, wait. Jay Clark, what was. Oh my goodness. Trying to see. Ones that comment the worst stuff or in love with them and whatever. Is that a form? I'm not sure what the actual definition of Stockholm Syndrome is. I would have to look into it. And Jay Clark, he is getting money put on his, is it tailmates? Because I had actually showed, and I may, once I get through scheduling this, I may be able to go uh, back through my pictures and see if I can find it. But there was people sending him just like a few weeks ago $100, $50, $25 on his books. Okay. Just need to fix my thumbnail. I mean, there's some weird people, and there is a name for it. It's not Stockholm syndrome. The one that where the people fall in love with murderers in jail. It's called hybristophilia. There's an actual medical term for it. Let's see. And the capture starts filling the captor and helping them achieve their goal. Alright, so Troll says Stockholm Syndrome describes the psychological condition of a victim who identifies with and emphasizes with their captor or abuser and their goals. Wow. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand how there are women who are in love with this dude, which is different from what y'all are talking about, but there's. I don't get it. Just all kind of craziness in this world, I guess. Let's see. Stockholm Syndrome is rare. According to the FBI study, a condition occurs in about 8% of hostage victims. So, Jay Clark just wants to know if anyone thinks that it's a type of that syndrome. See if they get close to them, maybe they won't hurt them. I don't know. Because, like I said, I know that the way these women are doing with Bryan and sending him money and claiming they're in love with him and all this and that, that's what they call hybristophilia. But I don't know if that is a form of the Stockholm syndrome. Okay, Iris, I'll check it out in just 1 second. I'm doing my Lori thumbnail real quick. And then I will check it out. Okay. Gotta change my colors around. Let's see. Okay, give me just 1 second, y'all. I need to download this so I can put it on my thing for Lori's. The heck? Oh, I'm not even in. Let's see. Vala used to be kind of hot. Now she's a witch. Letitia never was hot. Kohberger could be handsome if you ladies have him. Gave him a makeover. I will admit, Lori used to be very pretty when she was younger. And she literally threw all of that away for a crazy man, some zombies, some light and dark scales, some was it the truth so the truth numbers, is that what they call them? Portals. She threw it all away for that. Murdered her kids. If BK wore a wig and some stilettos and did the bend and snap, maybe he would have a chance. Wait, little baby, you're just wanting to see Bryan Kohberger did the bend and snap. That's all that is, ain't it? Let's see, I have been makeup artist for 25 years and there's nothing I can do for BK. Yeah, I think there's no helping him, honestly. I think it's a lost cause. Jan, thank you so much for being a member for over a month now. And she says, I enjoy being here. Well, Jan, I hope you know that we enjoy having you here with us. I'd pay to see anyone do the bend and snap. All right, well, y'all heard it. White Little Baby says she'd pay to see it, y'all. Could y'all see Letitia and Lori doing the bend and snap? I'd be afraid whenever they bend and then snap back up, they'd come up looking like some type of zombie or something. Okay, let's see. I'm almost done, y'all. You know, off of those like really scary movies, it's got the women who are they've got like the long hair and it's all in their face and they're looking down and then whenever they look back up at the camera, they're like all zombified and shit. That's totally Letitia right there. Like they look up at the camera and it scares the crap out of people watching the movie. That's Letitia. Jan, you're very welcome. Okay, just about done here. Okay. I'm just trying to get my stuff set up on the other real quick in my studio. No, looking like the Grudge. You mean the Grinch or the Grudge? Wait, what up, baby? I kind of think the Grinch looks better than Letitia. She has that evil look on her face. Like it's just, I don't know. It's a very evil look. And I think somebody said today that she was actually laughing after the whenever the verdict come back, and they were waiting for the jury to come in. Somebody had said that she was in there laughing. And no, wait, what a baby! I've never seen that movie. I don't think. It's about done. Put my hashtags in here now. Maybe we're doing justice for Charles. Gotta watch The Grudge. I don't guess I've ever seen it. But then again, I could have seen it and just not remember the name, because there's a lot of movies that me and Troll watch that I don't even know the name of and don't realize that I've seen it until I start watching it again. But somebody did tell me about the was it called The Pope's Exorcist? Is that what it was called? We did watch it, Troll? But The Pope's Exorcist, I did watch the trailer of that. That's going to be really good. Let's see. The Ring, The Girl is Scary. I've watched a lot of scary movies. A lot. Okay. All right, y'all. So I'm fixing to end this live here, and then we're going to go over to the other live if y'all want to listen to Lori's thing. It's like 4 hours long, but I'm gonna speed it up to where it won't take us long, so we won't be here way up in the morning tomorrow. So the girl from The Ring and the girl from The Grudge look like cousins. I'll have to see if the Troll is saying that we've watched it, so I probably have. My letter to Lori. Dear Lori, choke on a bologna sandwich signed everyone. Tonka, have a good night. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and end this one, and then everybody who wants to listen to Lori stuff, jump over to the other one that I have scheduled. If you're not gonna watch it, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.